Bug, the show stealer. That cat was a big part of things today. Squirrel turds. It was a good stream in every way, though. It was just interesting racing. It showed a lot of bravery on your part. Even I won't race at Darlington. In my split, you can forget it. Without a lot of practice. I could probably handle it better now than back before the T300. Yeah, it's important that you have good throttle control, good brake input. It is a son of a gun of a track. I'll be darned if you just didn't look at the list and say, that's what's coming up next, that's what I'm gonna race. That was ballsy as all beat hell, dude. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. Yeah, that was fun, though. Mistakes were made. I'm trying to find it. I know I got an emote for it. You know how many places I'm subbed at? I pay for subs in some places. Other places I just gifted subs. It's quite wild. I gotta come up with more emotes for my channel. For sure I have to do that. I got a lot of blank spots. It's an unbroken vet. That's where it is. Mistakes were made. Unbroken vet. That guy's awesome at streaming in that world. And by in that world, I mean the iRacing world. Yeah, I have lots of blank spots for them. I've even got a sketchbook where I've came up with ideas of what I want them to be. Oh, alas, it's just a matter of actually doing it. So, to start the day, there's a lot of neat stuff going on in World of Warships right now. In fact, there's a new battle type called Airship Escort. It says the event will be available for 3 hours. So I want to make sure I get some of this in. What it is there's two teams, and one of them has to prevent anti-aircraft ships from reaching and destroying these airships, these dirigibles. And so one team has to get there and try to shoot them down with their anti-aircraft, and the other team has to try to keep them from doing it long enough for the airships to transit through the map and escape. And honestly, I think that's when World of Warships does cool little game modes like this. It's an escort mission, exactly, and attack the escorts and defend, and depending on what side you're on. And I don't know what the random operation is too. I didn't even look. Let me look and see what it is this week. Does it even say? Let me click all operations. It used to be, it would be this one week, this one the next. It was an all week long thing. But I think the way it does it now is it doesn't tell you what you're in for. And that makes it really tricky, because if you do it that way, and you don't know which one, you don't know what type of ship to bring, because certain types of ships are more advantageous than others. For example, if you know that the operation involves carriers, you want to bring something with a anti-aircraft. Anyway, we won't worry about that. I'll put that back on randoms. I'm going to start by getting my first win bonuses with the submarines. These are the only tech trees that I haven't achieved tier 10. I own all the rest of the ships. I have 428 ships in port. Yeah, every port, that's called the port. I'm in New York right now. It reset to that after this last update. I'll show you the ports when I go back. There's a variety of them. They take a while to load, but it just happens to have put me in New York Harbor. And each one is unique. There's bunches of them, and they're cool. People even made some aftermarket ports. No, but I must confess, today while I was working, I spent a lot of time watching your stream. And it's always cool to see people who just kind of don't give, you know, two fucks are not given. Like, here, let's sign up for Darlington. And a lot of people do that. They'll go, what's going on right now? I can wait for C fixed. I might as well go run this dirt race while I wait. You know, some people just go and they do all these different things. That was super, super cool that you did that. Who was it the other day? It was Derek Lemke. And Derek was streaming short track. I think he was in the ARCA car, actually. Not many people will do that. Decon is another one who doesn't care. He'll go race whatever. He'll just get out there and get her done, you know. He'll go out there and do it.
And fair seas.
You know, I'm kind of looking forward to getting... By Speed Week was kind of my goal. To have the free version of my overlay. It's going to be kind of alpha, maybe even beta by then, but it's not going to have the track map. It's not going to have all the configurator. It's just going to be really, real basic overlay that's going to give you... I intend to have 3 browser sources. One browser source is the relative, one for the standings. And then one for a fuel calculator, or I think I might incorporate that into the dash views that I'm working on. It's hard to say what's going to be done and what's going to be ready, but in the coming months, once I get the website up for it, and once I announce the product name for it, you know, once I get further along, let me get a yawn in. Ooh, I did just wake up from a nap. Sort of. Woke up from a nap. I did a run, took a shower, took a nap, ate. Anyway. Track maps are kind of nice, though. Some people like those. And it might not have the track map ready, to be honest. I don't think that's important either. I think it's super important that you have a relative. One that's better than the iRacing relative. Oh crap, here we go. A salmon versus a cachalot. What do you think the odds of me surviving that are? Alrighty, here comes the depth charge planes. I'm probably about to lose half of my health in the first 2 seconds just by being spotted. So freaking stupid. I think he missed. I don't see the orange dots. You know, but also the standings. I think the standings are important too. But those two at a minimum are what I want to have done. But other stuff like... I have great ideas. What planes are those coming? Those planes are kind of close.
Torpedoes, astern! Torpedoes, astern!
When I surface, I'm spotted. There's a destroyer. I hit him with both those torpedoes. That's hilarious. Yeah, chat overlay. I have some ideas there because I know a lot of people that stream also multicast,
To port.
and the chat part of the overlay will come a little later. That's going to be a different project altogether, actually, because it's going to have to integrate. So people who want a chat overlay are still going to have to use caps or something else for that, at least at first, because it's kind of complicated. But I'm going to go sort of the extra mile with it. I'm going to have it so it'll integrate the chat from YouTube and Twitch and maybe some other chat sources. So there's already stuff out there for that, though. That's the part I haven't even really researched. Am I reinventing the wheel? Because I think there's an overlay you can get. It has absolutely nothing to do with really iRacing. It's just basically a Twitch plugin or an OBS plugin that lets you integrate all these different chats. But if there isn't, then I'll develop one, because it's not that hard to do. So yeah, it's a fun project. Mostly I'm worried about telemetry and live timing data. Chat's important, especially for people who don't have a separate screen and a separate computer to do that with, like I do.
Reporting the position of
A lot of iRacers in particular have 3 monitors, but they have all racing stuff up on them, you know? Yeah, dual streaming, you have trouble enough, I think, with your friggin' internet. Dual streaming, or multicasting as I call it, that needs a lot of upload bandwidth. I'm just gonna stop here for a minute and wait. Right now, my multicast isn't that important to me. I only go over here once in a while. Oops, I gotta hit my Windows key to free up my mouse. I'm running everything on one computer tonight because World of Warships just runs so well on its own. What's this little notification? Ah. I'm eligible for loot containers and things. I am in detect range. Something is close to me. No, I am not in detect range.
That's how it's done.
I'm gonna get the submarine moving here.
Requesting assistance.
I want to go torpedo that battleship. Now I'm back in detect range. The submarine is near here. I'm watching out into the sea to see if he pings, because you see a white stuff. Mrs. Reaper! Did you notice the other day I made Mizzy a follower emote?
Affirmative.
Because you seem to have lost your sub badge. And if you don't want the ads, pro tip, type !YouTube and watch on YouTube. Well, you have 2 windows, one with YouTube so you can watch and one here so you can chat.
Enemy destroyer detected.
You know what? He's blocking my pings with damage control party, but I'm so on target with those torpedoes I don't even need it. They're gonna hit anyway. Oh. Yep. Mrs. Reaper, she's a kitty lover. She wants to get goats and cats, and she's getting carried away about pets. Colorado just deleted my Nagato. Holy cow. Mizzy girl. Get that kitten.
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship. Torpedoes, dead ahead.
The jumpy bugs? Are you in the Volkswagens? The Beetles are fun. IRX is a fun, you know, that's what's nice about iRacing. They offer a little of everything. It's amazing what they have in terms of variety. So we have a Colorado over here that I'm going to try to get a torpedo drop on.
Attention, reporting the target position.
Just going to drive around in a circle here. I expected him to turn left, but he appears to be turning right. Are my torpedoes still going?
Astern.
No, I don't think they are.
Torpedoes to port. Torpedoes astern.
So there's a salmon and a Colorado here.
Flooding quickly.
I'll just go get my other submarine going. I'm done playing this one. You found a Phoenix track. Because, yeah, Phoenix has... It's fun. How satisfied are you? Extremely dissatisfied. Submit. Anything to do to help you improve the game. I'm playing submarines. Of course I'm not satisfied. These things are terrible. So are the carriers. So is literally everything else. How do you mean, did I forget about you? What's going on, Stryker? Did you have a race tonight that I didn't know about? I didn't see any notices in Discord. I usually look in Discord for that. If you have a race, is it too late? What's going on, Stryker? What did I miss? If I don't get it in writing, I will forget. Guaranteed. It has to go on the calendar or it won't get done. There's Phoenix Rally. Is that a regular something going on or is it hosted? I have no idea what's out there in iRacing land right now. I'm honestly not paying much attention to it. I'm in iRacing every day working on my overlay. Some days. I think tomorrow... Yeah, tomorrow I'll still be working on it. Yeah, these submarines are a drag, but I'm not going to waste my free XP just to get all these ships. I'll just get my first win bonuses with them, and I can pinch my nose for the anywhere from 2 to 8 battles it takes to do it. Have you tried the stadium trucks, Mrs. Reaper? I think you don't get those for free, though. Maybe the rookie one? I can't remember how that works. It's been a year and a half, more than that. That was the last racing I did on iRacing was Dirt Road. And it was also the most fun I ever had on iRacing. Yeah, I'm just standard boredom, submarines, carriers. You know, I don't know. I might ditch World of Warships and go do something else. This is so unfun. It's so terrible what they've done to this game. Not just with the subs, but that's kind of like the cherry on the dessert, so to speak. But just the whole big picture, just their whole design, everything that they've done with this game is this. Standard boredom used to only come up maybe 1 out of 4 battles. Now it's 3 out of 4, and it's the worst game mode. It's so boring. So when you're in a situation like mine, like you're just trying to friggin', you know, pinch your nose and get through these couple battles, by the time you play a couple of submarine battles, you hate life so much, you just want to turn off the game, and you're going to say, oh, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Just end the stream and go read a book. That's how terrible this has gotten. So you're in Mumble. Let me go in Mumble. And you're in the streaming channel. I'll be right back, John. I'm going to go say hi to Stryker. He's in the streaming channel. What's up, Stryker?
Hey, no, we're so much fun. I know we're going to run tonight to try to get that 3K push.
Okay.
A shoot show so far.
How many? I mean, you're not wrapping up for the day, are you?
Yeah, we could probably still run another 1 or 2, but I've been getting screwed by everybody. I've been taking out 3 street races. I was expecting that I was in the car. I got taken out by guys who take tires and lost the lap.
That's, yeah. You know what? That almost sounds like how the day went for Jake Gibson.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, he was streaming earlier today, and it's just no respect. It's getting worse by the minute, how people are behaving on iRacing. Literally worse by the minute.
Enemy cruiser detected. Torpedoes, direct front.
Enemy destroyer blown up. Off to a great start.
My gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That just... Yeah, I can stop in and spot as soon as I finish this battle. That'll be fun. Oh, you're streaming too, aren't you? Oh no, David. Yopa J, my main man. What's up, Yopa? So I got David Stryker on my voice chat right now. And he meant to run the, what would be Eastern time, 11:15. And I think he accidentally signed up for a practice and not the race. That's actually, no, that's more like 13 minutes, right? B open is at 1:45? That's a weird time for B open to start. It's always... Oh, C Open. Okay. Well, that's right, because B Open would be at that jackass track. That, God, Monza. You gotta be kidding me.
I watched J-Bo playing earlier, racing earlier there.
Low battery.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play a little golf. We're gonna wait for yeah. I'll keep you up. I'll work in your spot while I'm doing that. You know, everyone else.
All stations, concentrate fire on the target.
They might be able to hear you a little bit because I have my speakers on, but yeah.
Anyway. Sounds good. We recently got a quarter film.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout you out so people know. Want me to do that a minute. Stryker Racing. He's playing a little golf if you guys want to join him, or if you want to go play with him or visit with him. He's streaming now. Maybe pull us both up. That'd be cool. We will be racing together, folks, at 11:45 Eastern. The C Open. That's kind of our game plan right now, so...
The enemy team has taken the lead.
The rig number generator has given the enemy team the lead. Well, this thing just shoots one little lonely torpedo when it launches, don't it? I don't care if I live or die. Let me get turned around. I'm going to attack him with my front torpedo tubes. Got him anyway. Ah.
Low battery.
Maybe you'll just simply have better luck. Maybe you just will have better luck. Did some damage, started a flood. Man, these subs are so boring. They're kind of arcade. They're more action than, of course, the sub sims. There's my dead sub. F1 for camera control instructions. Move camera, I know that. Switch ships. I want to go underwater. Wish there was an underwater camera you could do to watch these things sink. The Allies made this happen to U-boats often enough. Man, war is hell. C-class and oval? If you want. Put some time into it, if I were you.
Yeah, that was a bad shot.
Go do time controls. Yeah, or time trials.
Bad shot.
That's how I got my A license. And my B license, and my C license, and my D license. I got all my licenses with time trials. I didn't want to race with people. Didn't look like fun. It's fun to watch on Twitch, and I've done enough of it in my time just to have all the fun I'm going to have with it. Now I'm going to make an overlay for everybody to go enjoy. That's going to be a loss, son of a gun. To me, it's just not worth the frustration. Super frustrating. Well, this does the what I call matchmaking. Let me step away for 2 seconds. I gotta turn the heat down. I meant to do that a little earlier. Oh my god, Arca at Langley. It's Wreck City. That's worse than a plate track, from what I've seen. You'll like it.
My downhill slope was worse than I thought. Yeah, we're probably not making that.
There, the heat won't come on for a little while. I'm going to get cold in about a half an hour. Yopa J's learning, Arca at Langley. It's pure short track. Arca at Langley is pure short track, which I'm comfortable with short track. I just don't win at short track, ever. I don't know if I've ever won a short track race. Except with the big NASCARs. But, first of all, late model super lates, I've only run a small handful of races there, and I have to admit, that was as fun as the stadium trucks have been. Dirt road. However, I've never won a race. I usually end up last. And I don't care. You know, I used to go tank iRacing, and I was a 1.2K at the time. Or something dumb. I just used to go in there and race because the car sounded fun, and you know, the people who really know what they're doing short track would come around behind me. Hell's bells. And, I mean, I was smart enough to get out of their way. I knew the lane they were going to go into, and I would get out of their way, and they'd key up and say thank you, because they're not used to seeing that. If you think people are D-bags and well, big NASCAR ovals, man, where do you get a load of that stuff? Holy cow. Destroyer turned and ran. He's got smoke too. Just left me hanging out here. Wow. Yep, finally fired up the stream, Miss T. We're out here. We're getting her done. One of those hit him.
Torpedoes to port.
Almost got the capture complete. That torpedo was going to miss. I'd be careful with Keto. Keto is actually dangerous. When I lost weight, and I didn't really have much to lose. Yeah, keto is very dangerous, actually. I wouldn't recommend that to anybody. I just reduced my carbs. I didn't eliminate them, I reduced them. And that was extremely effective. Yeah, I don't know. Did you talk to a doctor before you went on keto? Because people that are treating diabetes probably should consult with a doctor before they do that. You'll have advice about how to take the insulin, and it changes a lot of things for you. Yeah, I can't stand it. The car sucks. Well, that's just it. The car sucks. The ARCA car just plain sucks. It is not a fun car. It used to be pretty decent, but it isn't ever since they put Tire Model V7 and that damage model on it. It's crap now.
Let's get our target out of here.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
I earned a lot of my iRating with that car. At Nashville Super Speedway. Ooh, tuna wraps. I made a bunch of those when I was losing weight. To this day, I eat a lot of tuna. I'm like Mizzy, I'm a tuna man. Well, she's a tuna kitten. I'm a tuna man. This is so boring. The ship is so slow. It's so limited. It's slower than the German submarine. Its detectability is far worse than the German submarine. It's just a terrible ship compared to the German submarine in every metric. I don't know what they were thinking. Anyway. I think Rookie Dirt Road, you're confined to IRX. And this thing, even though it's less than a third of the size of a typical destroyer, it has worse detectability. Oh my god, Wargaming, you guys are such dicks. Ah, there's Fubuki. Let's go chase down the Fubuki.
Taking the lead.
Hey, I got pinged.
Torpedoes to starboard.
I hit him with one. Okay, let me surface. See if I can get these torps to hit me and get me out of this battle. Good. So I scored a few points, get a first win bonus there, I'll be happy. This ship didn't get its first win bonus. Let's go quickly. I got 15 minutes before the race. Let's go see if I can score a few odd hits and see if the team gets me a win here. Otherwise, I'm done with this ship for now, at least. Yeah, I keep thinking, you know, I should stream World of Warships. I have all these ships. I'm good at the game. I have a lot of fun ships to play at various tiers. Then my first win bonuses are on these subs. I always play a couple battles with these, and it just makes me hate this game, and then I leave it.
That's alright.
What can you do, you know? But it serves as a good warning. People will hopefully see the YouTube videos. People will hopefully not adopt this game. Don't play this game, folks. Watch me play it if you want. That's fine. Appreciate you guys hanging out. But don't spend your time, and definitely don't spend money on this company at all. To coin a phrase, it's a sinking ship. If you guys think things are bad for the people over there at Motorsport Games, holy cow, I don't know how much of this people can tolerate.
Action stations.
Actually, I probably would just go straight here. I'll go explore out here in the perimeter of this map. Meanwhile, I do have to pull up my little control panel here. I've got to go change Nat Gaming. I hope this doesn't mess with. I'm logging into my router. This router sucks. I can't edit a port forwarding service. Let's take a look here. I'm spotted by the enemy U-boat. I'll go dogfight the other submarine.
Torpedoes, dead ahead! Torpedoes, dead ahead!
Underwater looks dark and spooky. Oh, there he is. I smacked him good. And then my friggin' friendly destroyer came along to help me deal with it. There's his dead body there. Anyway. Going to max depth and running away from the bad guys. That destroyer did exactly what I would do. Sacrificed himself for the greater good. Oh no, I can edit this, can't I? Can't edit it while it's being hosted. I don't care if it's being hosted, edit it anyways. There. Well, you can, but you gotta do it right. I'm talking about hitting the brakes in ARCA. The weight shift will make it spin, and you have to work the wheel and the brakes together. There's a way to do it. If you practice, you'll figure it out. Especially since you know Dirt. Dirt does that weird stuff, too. What sees me? Yeah, Stryker's right. I know a lot of the people that race that car, what they do is put it max forward, 70% brake bias. They just put that brake bias way forward. Oh, there he is. I'll actually surface, hit the brakes, try to get him to ram me so I'd get some damage. Good. He didn't need to do that. I was gonna die either way, so... Well, maybe that'll be a win. Alt F4. No, Alt F4 used to exit. Now I have to hit Alt Control K. My script just kills it. There's no press yes to exit. I mean, it's at the kernel level. The process is killed now. Oh, yeah. There's good advice there, man. It's all about the brakes with that car. It just sucks. It sucks to have to deal with that car on that level. You know? ARCA car is just horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. We're going to shift gears here, folks. It's going to take me a minute. The first thing I have to do, I got to send the latest alpha version of my overlay software to David. So I'm going to be spotting him. Oops, wrong folder. Here we go. Let's compile the 18th. That'll be new enough. Which is cool. He doesn't see the overlay. All this version of it is doing, Yopa, is sending me his telemetry. If you've ever spotted anybody, you ever notice how the temperatures are 170 degrees? It doesn't tell you the... It doesn't tell you the right temperature of the engine or the oil temperature, or... All you see is RPM and gear. Well, this sends me all that stuff. Yeah, David, that file I just sent you is in Discord, but just overwrite the old one, and then you can run it in the instructions. If you scroll up in our conversation, you can type overlay.exe space dash monitor if you want to see the information it's sending me. Yeah, I'll actually show it to you guys. I'll while I'm spotting him, I'll make it so you guys can see it. It's not an actual overlay, but you can see the actual data that I'm getting from David. So, meanwhile... Scroll up in the chat, you'll see it. With the, well, I'll cut and paste it. Hang on. It's already in our, if you scroll up in our conversation, you'll see it there too, but you don't have to put dash monitor in there if you don't want to. That's just if you want to see the data that I'm getting. It's not a pretty overlay, it's just, it's debugging data basically. You're getting kind of a debugging version. So anyways, I gotta go to Node CG. Because you guys are going to see the version of the overlay as usual, you know, with the ticker and stuff that I use when I'm spotting. You'll definitely see that. I'll put that up for you guys. Oops, wrong button. But that's nothing to do with the new version of it that I'm working on now. It's a whole new version. It's not set up for broadcasting and... Yokido. 10-4. In fact, if I go to the iRacing view in OBS, here's the last race I was in. I was spotting Rob. He got wrecked, as usual. Forget which of these turds did it. It was partially Rob's fault, though. He wasn't giving the guy enough room. If you're at Darlington and you're pinching the car below you, they're going to push you up into the wall. They're just going to dump your ass, you know? But, you know, Rob's got this attitude where this is my lane, you know? He won't, even if he's got 8 feet towards the wall, he won't go up there. He'll fight that guy down, and he's just got to change his ways, too. And he's got to practice. If you're not going to practice, Even though he's been on the service for 15 years, you can't rely on your old knowledge. The new game is completely different. It's like a whole new title. You've absolutely got to change the way that you drive now compared to how you would drive on V6. So this isn't really the spotter overlay. This right here is kind of a broadcast overlay. This is my version of the commercial overlay that I built for Podium Esports, for Podium's broadcasts. That's what you're seeing right now, but mine's going to be principally the same. And it's probably not going to have that bug at the top. That'll be way different. It is way different. And the running order of the cars will be there. That's called a standings. That'll be a standings version, and there's going to be another version of it that's for the relative. Both do different things. And one of the things that I'm going to do with the standings and the relative is the relative's not going to show the people on pit road unless you're on pit road. If you leave the track and you go on pit road, the relative is going to change to you and the other cars on pit road and not show you the cars on track, because they might as well be on another planet. They don't matter to you. You know, iRacing shows all these cars zipping by on the relative, and it's completely useless. So anyways, no, I got cool stuff. Yeah, I'm going to show you that in a minute. Right now, I don't think I'm getting data from David yet. Let me get that going. That's another program to run. That is the one that's kind of part of what's going on here. Let me find it. I am getting live data from him. So yeah. 538,004. Hang on a minute. So let me see if I can make a view of this for you guys somehow. We'll go to studio mode. I've never worked with studio mode before, but I'm going to try it just to see what happens. Let me add a new source, image, game capture, display capture, application, audio. I'm going to do window capture. Okay, 10-4, let me get loaded into. I've got to go load into his session right now. Okay, let me know if you can hear yourself through the mumble too, because I'm on the desktop speakers and microphone right now without the headset. If it's a problem, I can switch. Okay, good. If it's just really super low, then I'm fine with it. So, because I want my ears to breathe, you know? Yep. I can also turn down the speaker volume a tiny bit. Let me find you, David Stryker. Spot. Good luck qualing, David.
Thank you.
I'll go to push to talk for him while he qualifies so I can talk to the stream. Let me get joined into his race session. That's loading. The one thing that will not be a part, at least at first, of the overlay is the server component that I'm running. This is strictly for, you know, a crew chief driver relationship, for him to send that data to me and me to see it. And that server this server code that I'm running to get this view of it will never fall into anybody's hands. It's strictly, I mean, it's going to be something completely different. So let me call this create new. Man prompt window capture. MinTTY, no, that's not it. Windows terminal.exe, this is it. It's blank. I see it in my little studio view, but it's blank. It's not showing anything. Yeah, that is so weird what it's doing. Holy cow. Capture cursor, I'll turn off.
Green, green, green. Here comes your first time west.
Look what Mrs. Reaper did. That's wild.
One more lap.
Yeah, Backwood, I solved that problem. That problem is solved. And at the pay tier of the overlay for streamers, crew chiefs, people who have teams, maybe they're setup builders and they have a team of drivers out there, they're going to be able to log into the website and see all that data for their drivers, but their drivers have to voluntarily participate by, you know, running the client application on the computer to feed the information to the server in real time. That's not entirely unique. They already kind of do that with, I think VRS does it. Maybe it'll work if I just... Yeah, it's just coming up a blank box. It's not showing the data at all. It's just text in the command prompt too right now. That's really stupid. So anyway, there's not much I can do about that. I wish I could share that window, but it just doesn't work. Probably if it did a whole screen capture, it would grab it then. But it tells me in this screen his speed,
There's the checkered flag.
RPM, gear. I can see where his shift lights are. That's expressed as a percentage from 0 to 100%. Clutch, brake, throttle. So I can see all those inputs. Usually when you spot or spectate people, you can't see clutch, throttle, or brake. You can, however, see the wheel. Right now his oil's at 226, his water's at 237, 238. It's climbing fast. It's about to change color too, because I do have it color coded on my end. Water level, oil level. If he's taking damage, I can tell if it's draining any of those fluids. And if so, which one and how low it's actually getting. I can get him down pit road for, you know, required or whatever. Oil pressure's there. Here's one for you. When you're spotting people, it doesn't tell you. iRacing never tells you if pit road is open or closed. In fact, it usually shows strobing red lights if a place has lights at the entry to pit road, but it's wide open for them. This as a spotter doesn't even tell you if the pit road is open for your driver, so you can't tell your driver, hey, don't go down road now or whatever. iRacing is so broken in so many ways. So anyways, yeah, he's in the yellow for oil and water temp now out there with that qual set. Pits are open, true. It tells me if that. It tells me, the other thing it never tells spotter crew chief is how much repairs they have. Right now he has 0 seconds of either, optional or mandatory, but I can tell when he takes damage how much repairs he has left. So, yeah, 1 to green, all of that, my overlay does. The one you do see, if you look up there, it says qualified 2 laps. That's going to tell you coming to green, coming to white, coming to checkered. It tells you green next time. That part, you can tell that, but you're right, it doesn't tell you. I have to rely on my overlay for that. So, well, it's a long race. Let's go get him on strat. This tells me, with a high degree of precision, how much fuel per lap and fuel per second he's burning. It calculates that 8 times a second, so that's updated real time. His fuel endurance, how many laps of fuel he has left, and that also tells me where he will run out of fuel. On lap 44.6, for example, he can make it halfway through his 44th lap, so pit on 44, coming to 45, in other words. I can tell how much fuel he needs to reach the end of the race, so it tells me how much we're going to be adding. And I can use that towards the end of the race on his last pit stop. This is open racing here, so I can make spring adjustments for him to accommodate being short fueled. So he'll pull in, he'll get tires, he'll pick up 3.8 gallons, let's just say. That gives him a total of 10 gallons. I know that's about a half a tank, so that's 2 clicks loose. Simple. I have a formula for it. It's memorized in my head. I wish I could show this to the stream. You know what might work? I might be able to take a screenshot of it. I'll wait till he's underway so I can show you a snapshot of what this looks like when he's got his temperatures up and, all that type of stuff. And Squirrel Turds, thank you for the good luck wishes. Thank you guys all for joining. Again, David Stryker is live on his channel. If you want a driver's seat view of his racing, the spotter view right here. I will get the calculator up because sometimes I still want to crunch some numbers myself. I gotta relocate things in different windows.
Catch the 19 car. Catch the 14 car.
Okay, David, we're continuous. One last radio check under engine power. Can you hear me over your engine? Are we good to go? Okay, no problem. I will give you a comm check. Let me know when you're there. With the volume, I'm going to give you a count. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. God, I love this paint. Is this the older paint? You put the older paint on, didn't you? Or am I not running my trading paints? In some ways, I like this one better because that shine is better, but yeah, let me get... Yeah, you probably do. My trading paints wasn't running. It's a little minor oversight. Let me go to graphics also. I don't want to hide car numbers. There goes the pace car. I'll wait till they go.
Green flag, green flag.
Okay, green flag racing. I'm taking over for the computer there on your inside one, fading fast. Back to the bumper. Clear now, clear. He's staying in line behind you. Clear your entry. Outside will be there on your exit. Up to his door. Still your door. Oh, you're clear. I'm messing with cameras as we go here. And now your paint's on you. There we go. This looks like a more fire engine red. The other red looked candy apple. It was sweet. If you like the old stuff better, let me know, because it's an easy... Yeah, the one with the numbers is super cool now. I love Lucky Charms, man. That is so cool. I wonder what version of my overlay you're running, because I'm not getting all the information from you that it should. Okay. Do you remember what version number it was? Was it 008? That's okay, don't worry about it for now. I'm getting all I need to manually chunk the numbers, so. And more importantly, I am getting your oil and water temperature so I can keep an eye on them for you. Yep. Now, I know a lot of people, there's been a lot of debate on how hot you can let the engine get. And a lot of people get nervous, and conventional wisdom, everybody in the chats on Twitch, they all say, 285. You can't go over 285, your engine will blow up. That's completely untrue. Derek Justice runs at 299. That's correct. On the Gen 6 car, because the Gen 6 was the car, you know, with tape. The Gen 7 has no tape, right? And when he used to run in Coke and broadcast his Coke, at the end of the straight, he would just hit 299, and then he'd slow it down to get into the corner, right? And then the temperature would drop. So he had it tuned. His setup builders had that thing tuned to run at 299 the whole time. Outside will be there, your exit, come middle. Still out there, your pace. Level with your door, still at your pace. He's gonna pull back up to you door to door here a minute. You know, getting that draft. Got a new one out there now. Clear your exit. Looks like he yielded to you a little bit. Pretty much, these people have settled in to single file racing, so that's a good deal. Look at the little dancing pug. You know he's there. Now you're clear. Clear, clear, clear. If it's like every other oval track on iRacing, you're probably a little loose in 1 and 2 and a little tight in 3 and 4. 3 and 4 is your loose end here. That is a reversal. Big time. Okay. Yeah, it looks like you got the tape right on the money, man. You're not even breaking 280 with your oil. And, you know, your delta's going to fall off, so those temperatures are just going to cool off more, the longer the run goes, you know, because of the loss. The 10-lap delta, as an FYI, is about a full second. That's normal. That's perfectly normal. Good question. I'll go find that out. You're 31.381 that last time by. Kenny Humpy was 31.4, call it. So yeah, you're going as fast as the leaders for sure. Anybody who's going faster than you is eating tire. Just you gotta remember that. If they're slower than you, you're eating tire. Relative to them, you know what I mean? Slow is fast with open set, but it's a little less true with a race this short. 80 laps is not a long race. I did an AI race 2 days ago, or was it yesterday? I think it was 2 days ago. It was yesterday. I ran 134 laps at Michigan. I love AI racing. It's fun. That's really weird that I'm not getting lap data from you, fuel data, other than your fuel capacity. I'm still getting that. It is as if you're running an older version of it. I know what I'll do. Let me go run the version I gave you and see what version it is. Or at least the version I was supposed to have given you, you know? Yeah, it's okay though. Like I said, we're getting everything we need. Yippers, inside now. Now clear. Just his bumper. Now clear again. 15's going to throw it in there to make sure you don't take that spot back. Yeah. No, exactly. Not until after green flag pit stops. This is so nice to be able to see your temperatures, dude. I don't know why iRacing doesn't just show people that. If you're, you know, on the team, right? In the crew. I can see why they don't. Right, I can see why you can't spectate. For example, I couldn't go watch the leader and tell you what his temps are to help you figure out the tape he's running. You know, that sort of thing. But I'm your spotter. I'm your crew chief. Why not let me see that information? It doesn't make any sense that they block that, but this little program I invented as part of my overlay project is, you know, it's strictly telemetry for now. I'm also going to have a virtual dash on my stream for when I'm spotting. Because I do have your temperatures and your fuel and all that, that virtual dash is going to show all that to me the way it would a driver in their car. Except, of course, in real NASCARs, they don't allow you to have fuel gauges.
They don't?
That's correct. They're not allowed to have speedometers either. They're not allowed to report the speed of the vehicle. Which is true, but the driver can't see it. It is. Yep. The driver goes by RPMs. In fact, even road course racers, the Skip Barber Racing School teaches their students to look at the RPMs. For example, if you're learning a road course and you're trying to build, a faster exit speed or a better entry, they want them to look at the RPM of the car to see if they've improved their speed, not the speed itself. Yeah, so in racing, speed is kind of not as important as the revs. After all, you wouldn't shift at a certain speed, you'd shift at a certain RPM, right? So it, yeah, makes sense. Oh yeah, give him room. Stay high for the time being. As loose and as effed up as his setup is, David, he's gonna race you. That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, and he knows his car's not handling and he's still gonna try to race you. Yeah! He fought you the whole way. That's why he spun. I hope you people in chat are seeing this shit. Also, I should update my friggin' World of Warships title. My stream title is still racing. Or, still World of Warships. You know, the last thing that he did as a racer in this session was almost wreck an innocent bystander trying to drive a car. I cannot believe people like that. If your car's not handling good, folks, hang it up. Forget about it. Minus 1%. And that's going to move your braking to the rear and help keep you loose.
The last couple laps. What's happening?
It did improve. You picked up a tenth between lap 27, 32.3 and 28, 32.2. So that does seem to have helped you by about a tenth.
What's that?
Different David. Fanning killing this tire. I don't know which David he's talking to.
The thing that I always do is I keep dropping it until I don't like how it feels, and then I go back the other way.
I'm overheating.
You know how if you're taking a shower and the water's too hot and you turn the knob, you keep going hotter and hotter until it's too hot, and then you go back towards the cold? Yeah, every corner, I'm telling you, I'm fidgety with brake bias. I touch that brake bias every single frickin' corner. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, back in 1 and 2. I'm touching it all the time until I've decided this is the best spot for it, you know? And based on what you're saying, you're telling me that 1 and 2 is tight. I'd actually go back a 0.5% going into 1 and 2, and I'd go back forward that 0.5% for 3 and 4. I literally adjust my brake bias every corner. In fact, at Pocono, 3 times per lap, I'm changing my brake bias. Because Pocono's big triangle, right?
Right.
So, and I'm memorizing in my head as I'm driving which... Mrs. Reaper. I'm memorizing in my head which setting worked at which corner. So I'm actually trying 3 different things every lap and remembering which setting I used at each corner. You will get to a point in the run where you have to start reversing those decisions because the car tends to get kind of either really tight or really loose at the very, very end. At least the Gen 6 used to do that, so...
That didn't work.
So Boyd's in the lead, running 32 flat. P5 is running 32.1.
That didn't work.
And you're running 32.4, which isn't bad. Let me look at some of these other cars. Most are running 32.2. That's about the average right now. Yeah, that's the risk of experimenting. Because one bad experiment with brake bias and now you've burnt tire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think that's what burned it. I think it was earlier.
Yeah, it could be. Whose setup are you racing today, by the way?
The company.
Okay, that's what I thought you always ran.
Yeah, I don't really have. I mean, I need to do some experimenting and see who actually, maybe who else has a better one.
Yeah, my only recommendation there, pay to win used to be really good, and EPI is rumored to be good. Stay high. Car inside now, moving through fast there. Clear, all clear. Nope. I don't think anybody has pit yet. I'll go look at my scoreboard and find out, but... Kenny Humpy is in this race in P5. He almost always runs. You're clear him. No problems. We're good. Kyle Roberts in the 24 car pit on lap 18, and he's 17 laps down. So probably he just, his computer crashed and he's out late, you know?
Right.
He's ahead of you by 1.8. Emote driving lessons, courtesy squirrel turds. Isn't that the truth, though?
I feel like the phones are
Let me see. Let me compare you. You're 32.6, they're 32.4 directly in front. 32.8 is Kyle Roberts. He's damaged. Yeah, he's... might be in trouble here. I don't know if he... Some people sometimes make their own setups and fail miserably. I've built absolutely perfect setups for people. Even Rob. Rob is the biggest offender. My friend Rob. I'll build a setup for him. We'll get into a race, and towards the end of the run, he's plowing the wall down or wrecking loose. And I'm like, what did you do to this? And I go and I look, and he started playing with springs and perches, and he just makes his own setup. You're all clear. Instead of trusting what I've done with my test driving and my telemetry, he drives it around for 5 or 10 laps and says, it feels like this. I think I'll go changing shit. And basically erases 5 days of busting my ass building, driving laps and building a setup. It's perturbing. You can adjust track bar. The one thing you can do on these setups, if you need to adjust it from the way that the setup builder gave it to you, is the track bar. That's the thing to mess with. The fun way, the wrong way, iRacing's way. Yeah, that's about right. Fun emotes. Yeah, I gave you the right version for sure. Yep. The only reason that that wouldn't work, potentially, is if you had it already running in the background. Which I'm pretty sure you didn't, because I hadn't been getting data from you. I'll have to tinker with it. I very well could have broke something. Because I've been kind of working all day, and I forgot all about iRacing. I thought I might not have to spot anybody tonight. Bummerola. Well, I missed out on some disappointments from what I heard. Tires coming, stay high. And you're clear. Beat's getting wrecked. What I'm actually doing right now is watching for Boyd to pit. You know the leader? Because I fear... There's one. Dylan Jones just dropped out of the top 10 pitting in.
Pitting in this time, Micah.
I beg your pardon? Are you going to add tape? Oh, Tate. Yeah.
Pitting in.
You tell me if this car feels tight or loose. All right. We'll give you a smidge of loose. Pitting potentially in 3 laps. We'll have completed lap 49 by then, I'll say. We need 13.6 in the can. You don't need a full tank to make it to the end, so... Yep. I'm gonna go 2 clicks loose. Ooh, maybe not. I think I'll just give you 1. Yeah, do you think you can handle a loose car if I go a little too loose? I'll go 2. Alright. We're going 2 clicks loose because we'll be short fueled. We'll have less than 15 in the tank by the time we go in. And we're going to want to go in either this time or the next time. That's up to you. Actually, you're coming around right now. If you can pit now would be the time to do it. Okay. 13.6, tear off. We're all ready for you. tires tear off the requisite number of fuel gallons and 2 clicks loose. Sometimes that 2 clicks loose and short fuel and it makes you so fast I should take tape down. We can manage the temperature though.
Get the tape back to normal. Not the tape, the bridge bias.
Yep, perfect. $58. Oh, the 2 clicks loose is good. You were 58.61. You were red hot in the right front.
You just Roger, right? I got one.
Yeah. The temperature up there was 292. Yeah, so that's... I feel very confident about the adjustments we just made. All right, nobody coming, man. Let's warm them up for a lap and then we'll dig. The car's going to be different. It's light on fuel, and I dialed in some loose, so let's heat these tires up before we put on the superhero Kate. Then we'll dig in and go get them.
I'm thinking.
That's correct. Although we do not have a draft right now. That's a, you know, $31 plus $52. I think we're right on the money for fuel. I have you good to 82, 83. Yeah, but it's 1.7 gallon increments though, you know? Yeah, my computation is a little bit lower than that, but I always compute high on consumption so that, yeah, there's always a big window there. Oh, I don't know, probably 18th maybe. You mean closer to the start? I don't know for sure, but I think we're a couple spots ahead now. Could be. But if you're in 16th and you were 14 going in, that'll be fine. You have pretty much, I think you have pretty much the newest tires out there. Only Matt White has newer. You have several lap newer tires than everybody out here. You are all clear. I love this open racing. There's way more to do as a spotter crew chief. Gamer Kid, what you been up to? Maybe a long time no see for you, but I have seen you because I've been lurking some of the channels you chill in. And that hasn't been for a week though. Like Cruel Mob. I think I saw you hanging out in Cruel Mobs, chatting away, and a lot of times I lurk. If I'm concentrating and I'm busy working, I just watch, you know, bits and pieces of these races while I'm working. You're a 10th faster. It makes a difference, doesn't it? 30.8 versus 31.2. You are 4/10 better than Tate. And with the laps we have left, if you just keep saving tire but getting good times, I think you're going to be way up here. I could easily see you making it into maybe 13th position. Top 10 if there's a mishap. Anyway, Gamer Kid, it's good to see you again. Yeah, you're still, for the past several laps, you've been 4/10 faster than Tate. And about on pace with Matt Whittle, or Matt White. I don't know if you heard me or not, but you got the newer tires of anybody out here. I think direct drive wheels are overrated. But if you can afford it, and it's what you want, I'd say be my guest. Pedals are way more important. On your outside. Now clear. If you get direct drive, make sure you look into Moza. A lot of people are having very good luck with Moza wheels. You're clear? Yeah, a lot of people will do that. Touch him. Give it a little touch. Let him know if he just keeps dropping it down in there when you're, on your way down there with a run, he's gonna better be able to hang on to it. You look a smidge loose. I see a tiny bit of yaw. How does it feel? Yeah, if you got trouble with what you got, yeah, upgrade, What kind of wheel do you have now where the feedback fades? I'm interested. Whenever somebody has equipment that fails, that's what I have as a T300. Preferred line. He's holding you down. Still there. Still there. No, and it's stupid. It hurts you both when they do dumb shit like that. But he's a dumb shit that doesn't know how to race, so probably comes from the fixed racing world, where that's acceptable, for 40 laps. Well, he had an arrow run, but he doesn't have the tires to handle the corner at that speed, See, you're home free, really. And he ate his shit up so bad trying to fight you, he'll probably fall back 3 more spots at least. That's what people who have fixed racing experience that don't know how to race opens, that's the type of stuff that they do. Yeah, he's got 3-lap newer tires.
Okay. I'm not going to show him the same features that I was given.
No, because that hurts you, That's perfect. Out of the dirty air for the entry, in the dirty air for the exit. That's what you want. That's why you're gapping Tate by half a second already, and it's only been a lap and a half. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jeez, these people.
We're gonna catch the light.
There's a guy trying to pass me. I'm going to fight him. Oh, yeah, brilliant. But for some people, that's the excitement, you know? They want to... It's just exciting to them. Oh, there's a car there. Let's have fun side-by-side racing. Lose 3/10 a lap while you're sitting there fighting. That's smart. 3 laps of that, and you're almost a second off the race time. At the end, instead of being 4 seconds back from the leader, you're 5.5. Because you decided to fight a guy for a lap and a half. You know what? I bet you it does do that. Especially if you're in a hot room. You know, the room I'm in is pretty nice in the summertime. I move my rig to the basement where it's really cool. They're known to heat up, especially if you're doing short track. So, yeah, it could be doing that. A direct drive also gets hot, man. Direct drives get so hot you can cook eggs on them. You can feel that heat. That's why if you look at direct drives, they have cooling fins like a lawnmower engine has. JMC 989. Good evening? Is it still? No, it's good morning now. You're all clear, him.
Thank you, David. I want to say thank you, David, for that pass.
Oh, no problem.
Look at the difference tires make. See how far ahead of you he is? Just a few odd laps.
Yeah. Every lap, 10. He passed 25 laps ago. You know, that's about right. 10, 3 laps more, he's 10 faster. A lap. So that turn.
I don't think it's going to really cost you in an open race. You know. Oh, he's never going to... Even if he gets to you, dude, as soon as that dirty air, once he gets tucked into that dirty air, he's got no hope. He won't. He'll fall off. He's pushing because it's 7 to go. And he's going to end up finishing a second back on you. Yeah, that cost you almost 2/10, that weird turn, you know? That's weird how expensive that was. And not only that, but, I mean, you've been driving your car hard enough to get good lap times, but not hard enough that your tires are gone here. You can fight him off.
Yeah. You got it to 2, push it back to 3, you know. I'm not overly pushing my car still.
It's funny to watch Eric Royce, you know, when somebody starts to crawl up his ass like this, because he's always got so much tire saved. Well, he lets him get yay close, like a carrot on a stick, and then he just starts walking away from him. It's so fun to watch.
Now you get an idea how much Tate burned up his tires.
Yeah, I can always tell inexperienced racers. And the funny thing is, he's a 5.5K.
Right.
I'll go high here, Robert.
I expect better from that kind of an I rating, but it just tells me he's a fixed racer, because fixed racing people don't know how to do this. This is very, very different. The funny thing was, if he'd have just let you pass, he'd be right behind you right now, and he'd be able to make a play for your position here in the last 3-4 laps. we'd still be behind him, but probably not 2.3. That guy's got real new tires, don't forget. He went in on lap 52. 50. So he went in 2 laps later. Yeah, he's probably saving. You can get 3-4 laps extra fuel out of these trucks saving.
Pretty hot here, Dallas.
No. I'm trying to figure out how Daniel Eberhardt... There's a Daniel Eberhardt and there's a Daniel Eberhardt 3, isn't it? He's on an alt, isn't he? I know, right? Because this guy's... The Daniel Eberhardt account in here is a B2.2 with a 4.4K. What a loser. Has to race with an alt account with the trucks. I want to save my iRating so I look good to my friends. So sick of these people.
Go in, boy. Go in.
I think if it supports those, it also supports Moza. I'd ask Moza if... Because I think they're compatible. I don't think you need a Moza rig. You know what I mean? Everybody, David, Eric Royce, he's running Moza now. I mean, everybody that buys Moza, they're not going out and buying new rigs. They're just bolting it down. I'm sure it's universal. Look at Boyd Hagen advertising Reaper Speed Lab. Believe me, I've assessed Reaper's work. It's bottom of the barrel. Buy literally anybody else's first. And that's a lie. He's even admitted in open chat that he doesn't race the Reaper setup when he comes into these things. But he wins a race and then says Reaper Labs. Oh, but the average temperature, what you get out of the garage readings are fine. You got to run a couple laps to really skew the numbers. It was a good run, man. There's no question about it. He had a good run, folks. You know, top 15. He's up against people here. Boyd's a 7.7K. Kenny Humpy is 6.3. Robbie Keneally, 5.5. Look at all these 5.6Ks. David Stryker is the only one under 3K in the top 15. Probably you're not diving it in. You're not diving it in deeply. You know, if you back off your entry, that eats the right front. Okay, it would have been worse if you hadn't been doing that. You know. One thing that we can do, if you look at these hot pressures, number one, we still weren't very loose here, right? Mm-hmm. But just looking at these numbers, you can go do some testing if you want, but I'm looking at these numbers. Your left rear has too much pressure, and your right rear has not enough. So what I'm going to suggest you do is take 1 pound out of the left rear and put 1 pound into the right rear, and then go test. Don't make any other adjustments to the setup, just diagnosing it, looking at the tire temperatures and tire pressures. Right. You know, I don't want to go into the chassis setup here because I don't want to show Maconis on stream. But, yeah, well, on my side, you know what I'm streaming right now? If I don't block it, they see it. Yeah, so... Well, you know what? A lot of times in these weird off seasons, Maconi makes a lot of his setups free. You know, there's a lot of occasions where, you know, just to let people drive them. He puts out free setups quite often. He's good about that. But this one probably wasn't free. In any case, take a pound out of the left rear, put a pound into the right rear. I think that's going to balance this car out pretty good.
Okay.
Let me look at the track temperature, though, because that was 113. If you end up going onto a very hot track, it's probably, you wouldn't need to make the tire pressure change, or if so, go half a pound instead.
Tire temp, track is 103, so basically the same.
Sort of. That's going to be still, that 10-degree difference is astronomical. Even though you're going to be massively loosening this setup with those pressure changes, I think with those pressure changes, you're going to massively loosen it, but it still won't be enough for a track that much colder. However, that's correct. Go up to 46 on the right rear, especially that side's important. So, a Fanatec CSL direct drive, you know, yeah, you know, you can, Fanatec wheels are awesome wheels. Just Fanatec is over-engineered and overpriced. Just know that. Moza, I think the bases are compatible with most wheels. Look into it. I'm serious. Look into Moza and even ask around of streamers. Talk to Trevor Perry. He's kind of a representative for Moza. He does their sales videos and stuff even. I've seen him do, and, you know, go talk to him. Talk to Eric Royce. I'm sure you're familiar with his house. I'll shout him out real quick. He might even be streaming right now. Let me go look. Oh no, he's not? Okay. Okay, go into chassis and see why. Because something will be blinking. Left front ride height is too low. Subtract spring perch. In that in the left front spring perch, you see how there's arrows left and right? Before you do that, actually, try to... I'm going to come in and look at it for you. I'll put a garage cover up for it. Let me... Yeah, 1 or 2 a.m., but he might surprise you. I think yesterday he started at 9 in the morning. It was just weird. Let me go.
Go to my setup. Let me reload the Makoni.
Okie doke.
So, it's 25, 45, okay. If we take each a half a pound, we're failing.
Leave it stock. Let me come in and play with that. I'm coming in now as your spotter crew chief.
Alright, so what I what did we say the original was?
46, I thought. Hey, there's Sean Stamper. I've raced with him before. Lots of times in leagues.
Okay, so I have this right now instead.
50% loaded. You know, Makoni and all other setup shops, they always make the setup really raceable, but not something you need to be a Coke driver to drive, because they're selling it to John, you know, every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yeah.
So they dial in a little tightness. If you can hang on to it, that's the thing to do, right? You're at a skill level now where you're not a 1K anymore. You know, you can handle this. So let me go into the Gurge. Let me click to edit setup. I want to just look at the chassis. Everything is blinking right now. Do you see that?
Yeah.
all of the toes. And he did that thing where all the corners are clicked at 10. I don't like that, but I don't want to open too much a can of worms here. So, okay, I'm going to go to tires. I'm going to take a pound out of the left rear, put a pound into the right rear. 6600s. Boy, there's a lot of preload here on the link slack. Holy cow, that's a ton. Was that Doggy? Ah, I heard a sneeze. I thought it was Goggy. Okay, let me... Yeah, they only do the next gen. I'm going to save this setup so when I'm making changes... Yeah, I just needed a local copy. You know what I mean? Now I'm going to go to chassis. Okay, cancel. This is why I hate building setups. The Xfinity truck, the Xfinity series does this too. The garage parameters are so narrow that you don't have a lot of room, you know, to work with things. Hang on a second, let me reload this. Minus 132 foot-pounds of preload. Wow. That is... It doesn't really matter, though, because the front is coil-bound. But it does make things difficult in the garage. I might have found something. So... I'm gonna save it as mod 1, but I do want to... I have it. I want to reload the original and just check something. Cross weight was 54.4. 4750. 54.4, okay. 54.5, a little more cross weight.
Like 23, and that was 26 cars. We finished 14. So almost in the top half.
Okay, David. Oh, I just discovered something. Oh, never mind. It's there. I thought it was capping us at 45 psi in the right rear, but it's not. It allowed me to put 46 in.
I have so basically, lap 3 on, we're starting and running our fastest with 30.4, and we're adding about a tenth every lap.
Hey, David, go ahead and take it for a spin.
Okay.
The garage is already set. In fact, if you want, you can do a save as, and you'll see that I've added mod 1 to the end of the file name.
Okay.
So
Let's try to. I'm gonna let you. Just a second. So again, we're gonna lap. Our first full speed lap should be about 30.4. Now that was with draft. But let's see what we go after 10-15 laps.
Cameron, what's up, dude? How you doing, dude? What have you been up to? We're doing a little setup build here. David Stryker just raced with a Makoni setup. And I analyzed the tire temperatures and the tight condition of it and determined there needed to be a tire pressure change. I could have also done some chassis changes, but that took us a little bit down a rabbit hole because it messed with the ride heights and it failed tech. So I had to take a little bit of front ARB anti-roll bar preload out, which I did. And then I had to play with the crossweight a little bit by playing with the spring perch offsets up front to get it to pass tech. Now what I'm going to do, so let's look under the car. This thing is so disgustingly over-cambered, but I'm not going to mess with that. It looks like it could be dragging in the back. Is it throwing sparks from back here? Let's look. David, it looks like it might be too low in the ride height in the back. I think it's hitting the ground. Okay. And I'm not seeing sparks, but the track bar adjuster is definitely underground. And the skirts are hitting a little bit. How did we get the left front under the track? It looks like the splitter's hitting. But just the track's smooth enough. The splitter's only hitting a couple of times on entry, which will make it tight. Man, good. Have fun at the Bills game, man. That's what you earn money for. So you can enjoy life, you know. Go watch the Bills, dude. I'm happy for you. That's going to be fun. Yeah, Makoni has got that thing just sucking down to the track. It looks a little high on the right side and a little low on the left. If I win, this thing would be such a disaster setup, I can tell. If I were to run telemetry on it, it'd take me a weekend to fix it. Yet it's working. You know, they tested things and got it kind of balanced. It's okay for that passenger side to be up off the ground a little bit, what you see here. On the straights. But here, you need that seal. You need to seal that splitter to the track through the corners. And the right side is way off the ground. But there's nothing you can do, because to get it to where that would ride right... No, there is something I can actually do, come to think of it. I think these still have Packers, don't they? Let me go back here and look in the garage. No, we don't have Packers. Spring rates. I could use a softer spring in the... They already did. That's why it's so far off the ground. If I change that left front spring, it's going to coil bind anyways. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into it. And you can't pass tech by dropping the spring perch over there. It'll fail tech. I got that where it just barely passes tech. Anyway, we'll take you back where you can watch what's going on out here. Let me reload the track. Go back to my correct camera views. So he's got somebody drafting him. Any first impressions?
Tested to run 30 laps and see, but we're getting a lot more speed than we were. Notice we did 3 times out of 4.
Part of that is this track is 10 degrees cooler than what you just raced on, so that's going to give you some speed, but also I'm really good at setups for the trucks. These are so easy. These are Mickey Mouse compared to setups for the next gen. That's why it's the C-Class, you know? I mean, the setups get gradually more difficult as you go from the C car to the B car, and then the A car is an absolute monster to do a setup for. Your future starts after the Bills game. Let me tell you something about your future. If you're not making $80,000 a year, you need a new job before you start worrying about the future, because you're not going to be able to afford your future on anything less than that. It's just finance, how it works. Work somewhere that lets you do a 401k, start investing, start putting money away. Even just trickling a little bit of money into growth stock mutual funds. Just put the money in there and let the investors do what they do with it. Yes, the market will crash and $100,000 will become $10,000. 3 years later, that $10,000 is back to 0.5 million. I mean, just, you're young, you know, let it sit there for 40, 50 years. And then when you're older and you just can't work anymore, you know, then cut open an envelope and see how much you got.
What do you think the good tire was? 30 laps, right?
I can tell what's going on with the car after 10, but 20 is a little bit safer with this setup. Here's the thing, if you look at the tires after 15 laps, you might look at them and go, okay, these tires are wearing tight. But you drive the car another 10 laps, it goes kind of over a crest, right? They're over a hump.
Right.
And then it looks like you're wearing tight, and then loose again, and then tight again. They change as you go depending on where you look at them, and also how you drive it. So, you know, you're driving it, you're liking the speed you're getting. It sounds like you're getting, you said it's quote unquote, no, okay, try to save the tires and get stopped. There's no point in continuing. And that's going to be a really good place to look at them. So, yeah, that's about right. Most people, that's considered a good job. 40,000 is pretty good money. 40,000 is not bad money, but it's not invest in your future money either. You need to double that. It takes a career for that, though. A career level job. I'm going to go to the garage. at 284, 255. So it's more or less the same, but you can see that there was an improvement here. I'm not seeing hot pressure though, are you? Look at your black boxes. If you can go to your black boxes, are your last hot pressures different than the 240? All I see is 45 PSI for hot pressure. Yeah, bummer. I wonder what that's all about. A CDL will put you in the 60K to 100K right away. Truck drivers are hugely in demand, so if you got good eyesight, you're a good driver, safe record.
30 points. If I start lap 2, right, which on this is 30.6, so you go 30.29, 30.6, 30.283, 30.4, and then you go 4.5, 5.8, 5.8.
He's doing math right now. I'm going to let him finish. I don't know what he's getting at. Nobody's spending habits are good, though. Yeah, that's a lot of that, though, is the 10-degree track temperature difference, though.
Yeah.
I can guarantee it, but maybe not that much. That's a big difference. That's a lot of faster. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's awesome, dude. We hit. That's dead nuts on. Did you want to run the 115? That's fixed. Here's the decision maker. If I were in your shoes, how soon you want to go to bed. You know, because if you ran one fixed and then went to bed, then you could just pick up tomorrow with the setup and go, you know? This is true. Let me ask you a question. Go look in your console window where you ran my overlay program and tell me what version it is that you have. It should be 008.
Yeah, give me a second. Alright, so I'm going to save that mod.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they stay away whenever I try.
It's just if you look in that little text box, when you ran overlay.exe, it should say racepal.live. No, it's in the bottom. It's the only text that should be in that black box. You know, the black DOS window, as I call it? Do you see where it says racepal.live IRSDK version 0.0. something dash alpha? Closed alpha January 9th. Well, this, I can't share screen with it, though. That's the thing, but I'd have to come to your stream. Let me do that. Hang on, this trying to get to you here. Let me up the quality. Okay, there it is. Oh, yeah. It got overwritten by all the... Oh, this is definitely the older version of it. Hit Control-C to quit the program. Yeah, hit Control-C to exit the program. This is definitely an older version. I can tell by what it's trying to do here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, go. Let me do something here. I want to double check things. I've already done that. Okay. I think you got the wrong one. You must have the wrong one.
Well, here, I'll even delete what's on my desktop.
That's you in London. That's the Tower Bridge. That's awesome. Did you guys go look at the apparatus under the Tower Bridge? Did you tour it to see how they make it open? Oh my God, is it cool? There's documentaries on it. You can find them on YouTube. Go. You can't believe it. The technology that they had in that era, and that it's the same tech. They've never had to even repair it. So, yeah, good stuff.
Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time.
It says waiting for session. Let's load the session.
Yep, that's not the right version. Wait. Yep, that's five. That's 5 versions too old.
That's what I got as a download.
That is bizarre. Okay, let me go. I'm gonna double check something here on my end. CD iRacing overlay. Source. I call it the client. I will go Discord, and I will actually delete all of these just so you don't accidentally grab the wrong one.
Okay.
Might even rename it. I don't need to do that. Source client, this is the new one. Okay, I just sent it to you. What? That's definitely not the one I just sent you. Guaranteed not. You must be in the wrong directory. Yep. If you type dir to show the list of files in that location from the command prompt, the file that I just sent you. Yeah, that overlay right there, that's the wrong version. Type del space overlay.exe and hit enter, and that'll delete that file. Yeah, it doesn't, unless if there's an error, it tells you the error. If you did a DIR now, you'd see that it's missing.
It's been a long time since I got the dog.
I know it. You know, my software development work, I'm in command prompts all the time.
Alright, I can remember how many can.
Type CD for change directory.
Yeah.
So type CD space desktop. Hey, BSD guy's there to help you out, I see. He's like me. He's kind of a techie geeky guy. And now just type OV and hit your tab key. Oh, you got it. That's it. That's it.
Try to see if it shows the version.
It did. Scroll back. Put it back. I saw it. It was there, plain as day. It disappeared briefly, though. It did disappear, but that's the right version. I can tell because it tells you your session has 32,767 laps.
Yeah, okay. Let's minimize the funny thing is, my brain it's just been so long.
Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me
If you hunted around,
royalty.
you could probably actually find a job somewhere that will pay for your truck driving school. It's worth kind of looking into. If I were you, I would talk to people that are hiring and ask if they have anything like that available. And if they're desperate, and a lot of people in trucking are so desperate right now for drivers that they will literally say, please go to school for us. And I bet you can work something out. You got to be a go-getter in life. You know, you got to go talk to people, you know, and don't just have a CDL and not know where you're going to go with it, right? I got a CDL now, let's go find somebody to hire me. It doesn't work that way, trust me. Go around, start talking to people. You might find out, holy cow, man, there's a glut of truck drivers and they don't need us anymore. Go do something else besides truck driving school. But, you know, go talk to people. Go find out who's hiring in your industry. Everybody should do this, even if you want to be a grocery store clerk. You know, work at Publix or Kroger or whatever you got in your region. Go talk to people. See if they're hiring. See what they want from you to get you hired in. You know? So, are you in session, David?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'm in here chatting with my chat. I forgot to remind you it's 1:16. Don't want you in the same boat twice. And maybe they want you to have a little experience. Now, some jobs, some driving transportation jobs, you might need to be 21 and they don't require a CDL, right? You might be able to find a delivery job doing something local with just your own car. I've seen Eric Royce win over Justice. UPS or FedEx, I can definitely guarantee you they're going to require a CDL. If you got hired into those places, they're going to make you work the docks first. And that'll give you an opportunity to save money to go pay for your CDL or whatever training. If you're with the company for a certain period of time, they'll put you through school while you're also still working for them too. So go look into those possibilities too, Cam. GamerKid is 100% right. You are going to need experience, which is why I suggest go to a local transportation company first. So you can say, you know what? I've been driving delivery trucks for Acme Flowers for the past 3.5 years. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. You know, come over here and we'll talk. So What's wrong?
My overlay is connected with all the tracks.
That's weird. Mine's still running. Don't worry, help is on the way. My overlay will be done. You won't need all those broken overlays anymore. You'll have one that works. Well, I can tell you that the iRSDK is giving you good data because I'm getting your data.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go brush my teeth while you call. I will be right back.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it, open doors. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're strong.
Green flag, green flag. All right, man, here comes your first time left.
And sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that back,
One more lap.
you're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show.
Great. I am back. He's queuing right now, isn't he? Yes, he is.
Not gonna be great, not gonna be bad.
There's the checkered flag.
Playing right now 5,000 Eric.
He's 5,000ths off of Eric, did he just say?
Really good for that too.
All 30.3s. He's in the mix.
Yeah. Look at it. 30.295.
It shows 30.3 in the overlay, but it's 30.295.
We'll put Eric in 3-1.
His house is streaming. Decon is streaming. Let me open up some streamers. And I will come back to chat and catch up with wherever I left off.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like
Yeah, you're going to have some basic experience, you know, going over the road, air brakes, tractor trailer. It's going to be a journey. Nobody's just going to hire you and say, here's the keys, go drive the trucks parked out back. It's serious business.
Line up on the inside row. Pit road is closed.
Oh, Michael will be taking over the spot.
I am back, by the way.
Stryker rest.
Eric Royce loves racing, man. He just loves it. I don't like anything as much as he likes racing. Jeez. Alright, let's get the views ready to go.
Hi, everybody.
Jorge, I wonder if George is streaming. It's pretty uncommon these days, and that's a shame.
Catch the
He's very fun.
George, long time no see.
Good luck, girl.
I haven't been keeping up with George, but his Twitter, I guess he broke up with his girlfriend or something. I'm really distraught about that. They've been together forever, I thought, but maybe they're back together. I don't know. But yeah, I don't like it when relationships fail. It's part of life.
Yeah. You know, I went through a lot of girlfriends before getting married 5 years ago.
Well, it was good that you waited it out for the right one, because obviously that's what you ended up with.
get ready.
Wonderful. Very happy to hear it.
The pace car is in.
Get ready. Get it? I'm not. I always let you see the drop first so you hear it. And then I take over. I'm in charge now, though. And we're live. Because if you don't click start spotting, I'm off by 3 seconds because iRacing. Alright. Stay high. That guy's just got your bumper. You are clear. Nope. Let's go see who did it. Oh my god, Anthony Burrows, a pro, probably on an alt account. Let's see what happened. Wow, Anthony Burrows is a former pro, wasn't he? Oh, look at that. He got sent. Oh, that's netcode big time. Holy cow. No. Here, I'll type it into the all teams. Donkey report number 1. Find number 12. Netcodes number 3 into wall for caution. There's the donkey report.
Where's Kenny? Kenny.
His car he did nothing wrong. His car just net coded as if he got hit, and then he hit the car up on top of him as a reaction to that. 100% nothing to do with his driving or the work on the wheel. It's just iRacing's usual bullshit. Anthony Burrows too. Holy cow. Which account is he on with though? Because like all pros, he probably has an alt. That's a 6.5K. That could be his legitimate account. Let's go see what happened to Justice and all that.
I thought he said that he was dead.
His car's beat, but it don't look dead.
Spencer says when he pees.
Oh, minor contact. He's fine.
Like 8K for the Ford, 2K for the Chevy.
I mean, he's going to be off the pace. He doesn't have a race-winning car anymore. He took damage. He just barely glanced off of Klein's car and then pancaked the wall lightly.
Yeah, 1180 for the Ford.
He'll be all right.
I think
Oh, Justice. That's nobody's fault. And you won't hear the donkey say that very often.
Right.
I'm pretty good at figuring out who done it.
I gotta turn Eric down.
Oh, his stream? Yeah, sometimes you gotta balance it out. By the way, Nolan Hodgson has a spotter. Michael Peterson 4 is spotting for him. And Caden Anderson has Kenneth Garber spotting. So there are literally 3 people in a truck race at 1:30 in the morning with human spotters.
That's unusual.
I'm telling you, man, I spot in league races where there's nobody else spotting. But anyway, it's going to be green next time. Green next time. Hmm.
Start real time.
Pace car's going down. Hit it. That's a good start. That bottom is fading fast. Still fading door to door now at your pace. Still on the bottom. You're at his door. One more coming from behind. Still there. You got the 14 by his axle. He hit the apron. Under control. Nice line. Nice steady line. Looking good out here. Still on the bottom. The inside's fading. We'll get you down. Stay here for now. That's Francisco Villarreal. Very nice kid. I think he started streaming. I followed him the other day. Still on your inside. You're in good company up here, but you're burning them up staying with them. I'll try to get you down. 7's a little slow. King's keeping you up there. He's using you up. He could easily get in there, but he wants a spot on the bottom.
My bad.
Stay up, stay up. Yeah, Kevin's not that. He's not all that. He's just not that good of a driver, in my opinion. I can't believe he made coat. Still there. You got him by the door. I mean, who death wobbles with the truck? You're not doing that. You're only a 2-point something, you know? Not yet. Still on your inside. No, he'll close the door on you. Almost. Now clear. Yeah, it sucks to be trapped up high, but you're looking good out here. You're going to want to point early so King doesn't dive you. I mean, it's not that he's dirty, but he's going to perceive you've been arcing and gliding in, and that looks like someone who wants the high line, and he'll go low because it looks open, you know? Like that. That is a very high entry. Yeah, you just got to not leave that bottom line open. You see how quick King's getting down there? That's what you need to do. Oh. It depends if you lift first. If you turn down and point before you lift, it won't hurt your tires a single bit. But if you lift the throttle and then turn, that's going to chew that right front right off the bead. So...
You're pointing pretty bad there, bud.
But now that King is backed off a little bit, you don't have to shut the door on that bottom line as much. Yeah, he's definitely... He's also hanging back. When he sees that you burned him up a little bit more, he's going to take the draft. He's going to do a draft bypass. And you bounced off the bottom there. That hurts the tires a lot. You got to make it stick on the bottom here. And you do it by little tiny soft touches with the brakes. That'll help you. See, he's already starting to make a move. He knows how much damage you just did. You know, bouncing off the bottom like that. Point early. He's going to try it. Too late. Let the freight train begin. Car inside, stay high. Well, 7's going to pull into that draft and close the door on you. And every corner you take in that second lane is like having taken 3 on the bottom. It's brutal to have given that up. Just stay up here for now, though. This is the legacy track. On the new one, it's not as bad. So just let these guys go. It's theirs for the taking. Car inside.
Sorry, Hunter. Come on in.
Yep. Oh man, he just threw you into the wall. That's dirty shit. That's what they do in this split. But that's really not your mistake.
Saving tires is pretty useless.
So, yeah.
How did I get a 4X? But I didn't hit no button.
It probably won't show up. So I got it was kind of a ghost 4X. Yeah, I was definitely about to start falling off. Like,
Watch what this asshole Devin O'Connell does. He hits him, but then he turns up the track to twist him around. Watch.
what?
It's best if we look at it from one car back. From George's car. If I can get a camera view that I like.
There.
Watch him take a right turn into that back right corner to get him all the way around. Watch. And he's going to turn up the track to the right to turn him all the way around. See him? See him? He's going up right now. And then he turns back down the track.
So I didn't come down early, which I could have done.
Mm-hmm.
And he just didn't lift. He just drove into me.
Yeah, and then he turned up the track to make sure he got leverage on your back bumper to spin you all the way around. And then he turned back down towards the front of the car. He never lifted at all. He just plowed it right into you to get you all the way around. But, you know, you kind of chopped him. You didn't go down early enough, you know. You were still clear. You could have dropped it right down there and then he would have hit you square. You got to be very aggressive in this split. The difference between a 5K field strength of field and a 2K strength of field is how confident you are in being assertive about the lane you own. If you're going to be clean and try to be respectful and glide down there, they're going to eat you alive. And it started with Kevin King. No, he didn't. I told you he turned up the track to spin you around.
Oh yeah, you guys are definitely about to start charging me down.
That's what they do. That's, you know, you're taking away his bottom line. He was going to make you pay for it because you gave him the left rear quarter instead of your square bumper.
And when I don't fit tires, you don't get passes.
Everybody else 96, 96. Of course, I also had a spin.
Yeah, that spin's worth at least 4%, 3 to 5% on average.
Go balls to the wall, then it stays green, everybody passes.
Yeah, the 13, Devin O'Connell. Let me see what his I rating is. I'm waiting for it to float through. Yeah, like mine. If you'd have did that to me, I would have done the same thing, I'll be honest. Just kind of gliding down and making me hit the brakes instead of just getting in there.
So should I tell him thanks for driving through me with no lift?
Oh, I don't know. It's pointless. You know, anybody here would have done that. I mean, I think Eric Rice, Kevin King, Derek Justice, there's a handful of people here who would have lifted to let you in.
Why wouldn't he run his own race? This car's damaged for driving through me too.
He thought he was going to get away with it. You know what he could have done if he was smart was he would have just kept turning down more than you. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. And then he would have been inside of you, and then you know, he didn't even have the sense to do that. It's baffling to me how terrible these people drive in this split. I'm rewatching. You kind of went down. He went down a line, and he's thinking he's there, which there's, you know, a foot between you. Yeah, he's turning you around, dude. He's straight dumping you because you tried to defend the bottom lane. He calls that blocking. That's blocking. Mm-hmm. If you look ahead of you, there's a car. It's Aaron Langley in the 14 car. The 14 car knows that somebody's going to dive that corner, so he dove down. You should have dove right with him. Watch what the 14 does ahead of you. If you back up to the backstretch, he literally dives down to get under the 7. You should have dove right with him right at that moment. Because if you had, you'd have 3-car tandem going into this turn and everybody would have made it in safely. Yeah.
He's going down before me. I'm coming down too. And he just because if you look where we were the entire time that I'm ahead of him before the turn, we are exactly in on that red bumper that way. And he just says, I'm not gonna lift, I'm gonna drive through.
Yeah, he stops turning down into the corner too. At first he was following the 14 and then he goes back up to get you. I mean, he literally dumped your ass, dude. He just literally left hooked you.
What an a-hole.
Yeah, he is an a-hole. Yeah, but they're all like that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So for future reference, when the car in front of you goes down, go right there with him. You know, just dive right the hell in there and don't let him in. The good news is you can get into your open race right off the bat. So, and this is the reason why my friend Rob will not drive trucks. Because people who race these trucks, there's urgency from the first initial green flag because it's only 40 laps. This isn't even racing. If you start with enough fuel to finish, you are not even racing. You're just doing a little 10-yard dash like a. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a heat race on a dirt track. You know how they're really super urgent with only those 8 laps? This reminds me of trucks is literally no race on iRacing should be less than 150 miles. These little short races, no, they should get rid of all these. Every race should require a refuel stop after D-Class. That's my opinion. Because this racing would actually improve. The reason they drive like this is they know they only got 40 laps to do it. You can't pass, especially when they do a dick shit thing to us like this. Give us a legacy track that hasn't had the track surface update.
The only thing I could have done.
Oh, you could have dove low. You were clear. Oh, yeah, yeah. If No, he has to hit the brakes. You know, the 14 went down. The fact that you didn't go down with the 14 made him think you intended to stay high. Because the 7 also stayed high. You gotta point that car, man. You gotta get down in those corners. If the car's 2/10 back, then you can arc in on your more comfortable line. But if they're right there, you gotta get down in there and own it. True. And it is a good thing to do, except on the legacy tracks. And this was actually, they did the same crap to us with Michigan when they brought Michigan through. Do you remember that? They used legacy Michigan. The one-lane wonder. I mean, I can't believe iRacing is just absolutely taking their thumb and sticking it in the community's eyes. Oh, here, have a road course for the B car while we're at it. I mean, I don't know who's in charge of scheduling in the off-season, but they're literally, it's almost like they don't want people to race. Let's just have a vacation from people protesting and all that. Let's make it so nobody wants to race and put all these crap tracks out here. That's the nearest I can figure. It's like they're sabotaging their own product. And it's actually quite, you know, it's quite disappointing. There's a lot of streamers that, you know, they just won't stream. Then you got someone like, I don't know if you saw it today, Squirrel Turds. He never even practiced Darlington, but he ran it, I think 2, maybe 3 times. It's funny. And, you know, similar results. Lots of wrecking. Yeah, he's... Yep, the freight train's coming for him now, too, you know. He'll end up kicking the 7's ass, though. That guy's not fast. Eric's taking it easy, saving it out there as best you can. You were, dude. 3rd place. Your tires were beat. If it went green to green, you probably would have ended up maybe P8, but, you know, you were up there.
Alright, so we are in a split race with hardly anybody in it.
And with a better setup. What's the, I'm getting loaded in, but give me a heads up. What's the track temp? Is it really? Oh, damn. There's literally nothing I can do for you with that because it's going to break the garage. You know, it won't pass tech.
Yeah.
This is one of the, you know, there's a lot of people that I've recruited to do open racing. And open racing in the past year since past year and a half since the last time I did any of it, you know, as a driver, has gone way downhill because of the setup shops. You know, now everybody can get their hands on a setup.
Yeah.
And it's still better racing than fixed, in my opinion. And I don't know why. Well, part of the reason why people don't do it is they only have these races every 2 hours. And then after you race one of these, you kind of need a break. It's tiring. You know? Open racing is tiring. It's real racing. It's an endurance test of you as a driver. You're going to get tired doing it. Oh, you're in your Q laps.
Alright, that's the end of practice.
Oh, is it? Okay, okay. I just saw lap 2 and I thought, holy cow. Oh, dude, this is going to be a tight, tight track. And there's nothing I can do about it. That is good, but it's also going to eat up that right front a little bit. But other people are going to get it worse. I think your setup's in good shape.
Which setup?
Yeah. I'll look at these entries. Will you... Kenny Humpy's going to be fast. Dan Shamoon's going to be fast. Boisvert. These are all pretty fast drivers, actually. Yeah. Squirrel turds, that's a fact. When I'm sitting here, when I'm doing a setup build, dude, especially if it's a long, long day and I'm not quite finding it, and I keep driving these runs, got 6, 8, 10 hours behind the wheel, I've already eaten 2 meals, I mean, I am exhausted after that. Don't even want to think about racing. Gosh, that pissed me off that guy dumped him like that. But they don't care. Like, oh, you're going to cut me off? No, you're not. My lane. That's my corner. These people are assholes, man. He got too loose. I wonder if he'll repark it or just reset and keep going. I think he should keep going. Them tires are heated up nice now. Maybe get a good second lap. It's literally why I don't race anymore. It just isn't worth it to me, you know, to deal with those people. I know every time I spot somebody and I see this stuff happening, it just reinforces my resolve to just go play other games. And, you know, I still got ties to this community. I'm building an overlay product for them. And, you know, I'd rather give to the community in that respect than, you know, take to the track and have countless hours of setup building go to waste, get out there with my setup to race. I used to do that. I'd build a setup all week. Then I'd try to go race Thursday night or on Friday. And some a-hole is driving a setup he can't handle, gets loose, push me into the wall, and I'm destroyed for the rest of the race. I limp along, keep my safety rating, keep my A license. And then, you know, you just get stuck in that 1,000 to 1,500 I rating thing until I finally broke down and started racing ARC-gun trucks. And that's what got me, you know, over 3K. So, but that's not the racing I like. The open racing, just kind of time. It takes a lot of preparation. Otherwise, you're going to be that guy. You're going to wreck people if you're not, you know, practiced and warmed up. Or overtired. That's even worse. So I'd spend a week, I would never lose my car, I'd never lose my lane, and I'd get wiped out of all these races. After working really hard, practicing so I wouldn't cause wrecks. And it takes these idiots 20 seconds, one restart, and I'm wiped out. And I just got tired of that, man. I just got tired of that. Exactly. I mean, I watch your stream. I know what happens to you. Isn't that heartbreaking? That's what they basically just did to David. They just ass-packed him. Instead of saying, okay, this guy needs a few extra inches. Let's take this corner entry earlier. First of all, it's an opportunity to save a little tire. You know, just back off. Let the guy in. Go down into the corner with him. Build up a run. Do what Kevin King did. Did you see Kevin was 3/4 tenths back? Kevin's leading that race right now. And he'll probably win. Why? Because he doesn't drive like a dick. Yeah, he death wobbles. Yeah, he's just not what he used to be, but at least he's smart. So, you know, it's easy for me to say, right? Put my money where my mouth is. I could go out here and race. Shit, I'll just get P10. I'll get top 10 finishes race after race after race. 0 X's every time. Well, every time I don't get wrecked into, you know, by the idiots that came home from work, dropped their $15 on a setup, and then drove 10 minutes. Okay, I'm ready. Race and wreck. Can't do it. You got to prepare. Fixed racing, you can get away with it a little bit because those setups are tight, but And open, where I always race, it's just a disaster, man. That's a lot of laps getting lapped, you know, running 156 miles an hour instead of 178. It's interesting to see Kenny Humpy in here doing open races, because he's usually all over Eric Royce's chat, and they're doing fixed races all night. They usually, you know, they're racing chums. Probably Kenny will quit doing these open races. It's, you know, almost 2 o'clock in the morning in my time zone, and you know what? This series is about to die. It won't go official after this, probably. This is a very small field. There are only 18 cars in the field right now. And David's smack in the middle of it. He's car 8. Holdsworth, medium fast. You know, David and Holdsworth will probably finish right up here between P5 and P10, but, you know, Kenny, Dan, Russ, I don't know about Micah. Stamper's not a try-hard. He'll race clean. This is a guy, other than me saying I've raced with him before, that's all you'll hear me say about him. He won't be involved in anything. This guy races clean. And the other people could race clean, probably will. Yep, we're ready to grid. There's a lot of things they could do to make the racing better. First of all, get rid of the people you know are causing the problems, because probably 95% of iRacing's problems are being caused by 5% of the people. If they got rid of those 5% of the people, they could get rid of 95% of the problems that they have. If I were to say when my overlay is coming out, there'll be some alpha testing next month. Probably right in the vicinity of Speed Week. That's kind of where the milestones are falling. Beta testing will probably be over the spring months. And I'm hoping by midsummer to next fall to have everything completed, including the website where you can go to pay for it. What now?
Number 17, baby. Woo! Copy.
Yeah, yep.
Doing the one.
Yeah, you have to be aggressive. If you're open, throw your damn car in there. Throw it in there like you stole it, you know? You got to it. That's that. This level of racing, if you're amongst a bunch of other 2Ks, you can race like you normally do. But with that group of people, you got to throw your car around. It's just... It is. It's very good learning. It's too bad you have to pay the price like that, but you're learning. Anyway, man, right now you're all clear. You got a good start. Cold track, this setup is going to run fast. You just have to decide when you want to run fast. So, yeah, I can remember the trucks were among the last things I ever raced a year and a half ago when I went on to greener pastures. And even this truck is super, super loose that first lap on this tire model. It'll four-wheel scrub at racing speeds. And you'll just kind of skew out to the wall. And yeah, I'm trying to find a way. I'm trying to decide what to do about it. Half of me wants to tell you bust past these next two and catch up with that lead pack. Because the two in front of you are either slow or they're mega saving, and I can't tell which. Who are they? Brian Gwynn and Curtis Stigall. I don't know either of them. If they were A licensed drivers and this were A open, I would know these people because that's where all of my background is, you know. Or NIS open, but that's not even happening right now. $50X's in the aggregate isn't half bad. That's just 10 races worth, really. I know a lot of people lost A licenses. Okay, I'll take over for you here since we're going to bust through the traffic. They're fading back to your door now. Bumper clear, off clear. Take it right on up to the wall. I can tell you that the 14 car, he's having ping issues. Let's see where his region is. No, he's only in Florida. But his ping's still bad, you know? Because there's a certain little shiver cars have. They look like they're not driving good. It looks like they just can't hold a lane, but it's really not. It's just their car shifting around in place because they're just not getting good ping. This guy you might want to push up to the pack. No, he's just that slow. Yeah, he told you to go by, I think, even. I thought that was him.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still in the draft. Let's try to catch him on the straight.
Sorry, Kenny. Oh, you're good. I was just trying not to dive it on him.
David, this might be a fun race for you. Just getting laps. You know what I'm saying? It's so night and day, man. Open racing versus fixed racing. It's just such a huge difference. And it is because everybody's on different setups and they drive them different. And they get strung out and make passes late. It's so exciting. Then they start to figure out pit strategy and those sorts of things. They really, truly need to make fixed races and open races the same length. Yeah, exactly. And then have lower class races, D-license stuff that people could do, you know, every hour like ARCA is now. 2 series. I think they should have a D-Truck series and a D-ARCA series. You just did a 30.6, and the leader just did a 30.582. So you're kind of right in line with the leaders right now, which is kind of why we're not catching the pack. The tail end of the pack you're doing real good against. You got about half a tenth on them. They were 30.7, most of them here. And you were 30. Oh, that's Brian. Where are you? Here you are. Why does it... Yeah, 30.7, 30.9. You're definitely gaining on Logan. He's kind of acting like a stepping stone, right, for the draft? You know, he's keeping you in here. I mean, even if you just cruise to a top 7 finish, man, you know... Just have one good, clean race for a change. But the other thing is, too, I think other people are going to fall off worse than you out of that lead pack. Yeah, I see a top 5. Even though I can definitely tell that McConey's got this thing drastically over-cambered. Where's my under-track view? Did I not have an under-track view? I'll take close-up and go under the track. Yeah, the backs aren't over-cambered at all, but the fronts are. Got some tire pressure. The splitter has quit hitting the pavement, so that's helping. Your splitter was hitting. Okay, there's David here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And the other thing too is I know with Kevin King racing earlier today, Squirrel Turds had him in a couple of his races. And Squirrel Turds was pinching human turds in fear. He just gets scared, but you can't be scared of anybody, no matter who they are or what they are. And Kevin showed you that, you know, halfway down the straight, he zigged over. He was no faster than you, but just because you could see him in your left side mirror, you just thought he had you on that corner. You just let him have it. And that set the table for you to get railroaded in that whole sequence. But don't be afraid of Justice. Don't be afraid of Kevin King unless he's next to you death wobbling. Just own your line. You know, dive the hell down in there and don't let him in. Squirrel Turds nerves. He's giving me Squirrel Turds emotes in my chat. Yeah. If you know they're faster than you, then give it up. You know, but that's something that the high I-rating people do to get your nerves up. Is they point to the inside as if they've got the run and they're coming, and you don't realize they're not coming. You just see them down there, so they must be coming, right? So it just, your mind tells you, let them through because they're faster. They got the run. They're gonna kill you if you don't, or whatever. But you know, you gotta not be afraid. You know, you gotta make the moves. The thing is with you is you just want to race clean, you know. And so it's good for you to do that. Who cares if you go back a couple odd spots until you get a guy like that behind you? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, he could have went to the inside of you. He could have lifted a little bit, but you know, he was perturbed because you didn't just surrender that bottom line. So he's like, screw you, I'm turning your ass. And I thought that was dirty. Because, you know, like I said, he could have went inside you, you would have let him go. You got a human spotter, I would have told you stay high, and he would have gone through. No problem.
Yeah.
All he had to do is go to your inside. If he's got the little bit of a run on you, go down in there.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Yeah, Squirrel Turds points out in the races we were talking about today, the next gen isn't his everyday driver, right? It's like you with the trucks. You know, he's not real comfortable with that car. And honestly, nobody is. Case in point, there are Coke Series drivers
thought I was clear, Jimmy.
that weren't relegated. They just walked away from it. They quit Coke Race. I think Logan Clampett and maybe others. Because they don't want to race the next gen. They don't like it. You know, the next gen just doesn't drive good. And it doesn't. The next gen drives like shit. It's tighter than balls in the bottom of the corner, and there's very little you can do about it. You eat off the left rear tire. iRacing made an update probably 4 or 5 updates ago now. The left rear just gets chewed right off the bead on that car. The tire wear in the left rear is almost as bad as the right front. Yeah, that's all you got to do, you know. You're saving your tire or maintaining some pace, but you know, you're doing a good job with the setup. You're going to end up passing a couple people. Like I said, I could see a P5 here with a couple people falling off up there. The other thing, too, is I'm going to get you in for a pit stop right at the halfway point because of this small of a field. I think you're going flag to flag. And anytime you're going flag to flag, you want to go make your pit stop at exactly halfway.
Both these guys are getting really
On this cold of a track, too, isn't that something? Yep, exactly.
brake dragging.
Yeah, late in a run, a little tiny bit of trail braking is what you need to get her pointed. The B car's like that too.
Everything changes.
So we'll short fuel you. We're going to add 11.9 gallons, which that might be a pint short. So yes, I've already done that. I'm going to go up 1 on the tape, and I'm going to give you 2 clicks loose, and mainly because after the restart, after the pit stop, you're not going to be in traffic for the most part. And I also added that tape because I want to give you some looseness. Adding tape adds looseness too.
Right.
Because it grips up the front of the car. Just watching my fuel calculator, it goes variously from needing 11.9 to needing 11.4 to finish. It just kind of depends. But I wish I could add 12.2 instead of 11.9, but this sim doesn't let you do that. It's 1.7 gallon increments, which is a ton of fuel. Now let me ask you something. Are you kind of driving conservatively here because you don't want to tangle up with these two, or? Gotcha.
No trail braking to get it to turn down. I guess part of me is just seeing where we're at. They're still fighting right now to get up that front group. Seeing how they were fighting it. In a way, I just know they're going to make a mistake.
Yeah, and I think we're going to pick up some lap time with a good pit stop here, too. You're going to gain a lot of positions by pitting on lap 40 coming to 41.
Yeah.
Okay, 30.9, almost 32, really. There's one guy out there, 33 seconds. There's a 31.9, 32 flat, 31.8, 31.7. Kenny Humpy's out there in the clean air, though. That's worth 20 lap newer tires, just being in that clean air. And there's another guy so far behind him. He's in clean air, too. Dan Shamoon. They're both 31.7s. Basically, anyone in clean air is getting 31.7, but there's a lot of people closer to 32 here, which is the speed you're maintaining also. So
I'll wall up the wall, Jimmy.
Look like it hurt.
take him, take him. Clear. There you go. Enter high, pass him low. Force him out. Force him out. There you go. Stay low. Yeah, he wants to screw around. Why would he race you? What is it with these people doing this shit? Their cars are about shot, and they're going to sit and race. It ruins it for everybody. Get on this guy's ass, because that's going to make him loose. And on his exit, he's going to go sideways into the wall, and you'll have an easy pass. See how he's fighting it to get out? Follow him nice and close in the corner here. Stay low. Slow car up high. You're good there. You're good. Now you're clear. And that guy's name is Mark Burnup. How appropriate. As in he burned up his tires. He's only a lap down, so he's just trying to get lapped twice probably, but, you know, green flag to flag racing, you know? The other thing, too, isn't some aggressive passing moves here. Well, they'll be right behind you when you're trying to stop the pit. Because that's coming to you here in 5 laps.
Come on by. Come on by.
Oh, you hit the wall. Stay low on him. We're all clear. Holy cow, if we pit on 40 and these guys wreck, that's going to suck.
I know.
It's starting to make me think, go long. I don't know if they're going to survive a pit stop.
What's our time? I know we're 5.7 seconds, but how much are we really off in time?
They're doing 31.7, 31.8. So they're killing us. We need tires. But all that's just because of all this drama and the, you know, people losing it in this group, you know? I don't like to compare myself to another group of cars. I like to strategically look at the whole race and know I need my lap delta back, you know? And when I'm racing with Rob, by now, he would be really, really needing tires, because Rob drastically overdrives. What was wrong with it? It looked good to me. Oh, okay. Hey, Voodoo, what's up, dude? Yeah, we're doing zoomies. This is the zoomies. Look at that Pepe. That's awesome. 40 coming to 41, so we're going in now. Yeah, we're going in this time. Got a nice gap behind us. Man. I'm going to give you the extra fuel. I think once you start running your revs up, 11.9 might not be enough. Fuel, tear off, tires, 2 clicks loose, 1 more tape. No, we're the first down, which is a huge advantage. They're going to lose a lot of time to us if they don't come down on this lap. Every lap they stay out, we gain an advantage. Yeah, 1 pit. Definitely 1 pit. 58.73, David. Wow.
10 going in.
Told you about that cold track, didn't I? Look how tight you... Remember, I dialed in some loose and added tape. Let's try to keep that in mind. Pit exit's clear. Come right on up to the wall. That's burnt up tires behind you. You're going to walk away from them. This is open racing, so instead of running him heavy, we short fueled him, but I made a spring perch adjustment in the pits to deal with that. I also added a % of tape, which will also add more loose to fight the tightness from the lightweight fuel. So we did pretty good doing something very similar. We just ran an open race a couple odd hours ago. Let me look at the overlay. Let's see. What we got.
You got room, Dan. What you gotta do, buddy?
If something happens right now, you're lucky, dog. And everybody that has to pit right now, if you can get around pit exit before they come out, you're the leader. See, you kicked off a pit cycle, dude. Everybody knows they're losing lap time to the people who start the pit cycle. A lot of people just plain... Oh, yeah. Every lap they stay out, they're losing time to you, big time. P3 just pit, P6, P7...
Gotcha.
And if they made as good of a pit adjustments as you did, they should pass you.
9 pitting this time, 9 pitting.
That's the leader, Peter. Leader is pitting now. P2 also pitting.
I didn't think you were gonna keep coming.
I mean, I thought you were gonna give me the top. I mean, I had like a 10-mile-an-hour run.
First, second, and third are in the pits. Fourth and fifth have finished their pit cycle. They're out in front of you.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to get back. Couldn't slow her down.
You are clear, as you can see. Well handled. Now we're going to end up much closer to the leaders than we were when we pit, but they have fresher tires, so they're going to be pulling away at about maybe up to a half a tenth a lap. Right now everybody has completed pit cycles. There's one more, Ross Boisvert. He's still on pit road. He might have had a mishap. He shouldn't still be there. He's working his way out now. Oh, Russ Boisvert? Yeah, he's 8 laps down. Never mind him. I expect the number 9 car, that's Mark Holwick, to pass you. Logan McGuire should be able to pass you. He's got new enough tires. And that's about it. It looks like a P7 finish. Other than people up here making mistakes. So you gotta be there to win it. So first, second, and third are Humpy, Shamoon, and Holdsworth. Holdsworth, the last time we raced, his setup fell off the table late run. So he might be back here with us at a certain point. On the other hand, if they didn't make good pit adjustments, I think you're going to be faster. Maybe fast enough to keep this P5. So pit strategy might have got you 3 spots this race. We'll see. Yeah. I'll tell you, the last time I looked at the brake bias, I'm not going to go in and look at it now because I don't want to show the garage to the stream. How much? Way too high. Oh, 50? I would, as tight as those setups always are. I would normally go 58 or 59 with the trucks. I think I used to use 58 all the time. So you're at least 8% too far forward right now. Holwick is not gaining on us. The leaders are pulling away, but they got good setups and they're just playing fast, right? So you check my stream chat. Voodoo, I don't know about Project Cars. How about you, David? Have you ever played Project Cars? What's that, David? No. Yeah, but there was pit cycles going on. We passed them on their exiting pit road and they haven't caught up yet. They were on pit road at the time. You did. I was watching. Yep. John Virga manually disconnected, but he's not a racer. He must have been a, you know... What he probably did was connected to somebody without a spotter password to steal a set. But that's the only name that's disconnected. So... David, you ever played Project Cars? A program called Project Cars. I must confess, I would never drive for 24 hours. I streamed, just within the past week, for 18 hours. And that about killed me. There is no way I would drive for 24 hours, unless I drove for maybe 12, hit pause, slept, ate, took a shower, came back, and did another 12 hours. But I would definitely not run continuously 24 hours, not for any reason. And I'm surprised that that game has that as an achievement in game. Now that's going to be a lap car, not for position.
When did the guy in front of you hit?
Rick Baldwin, let me look him up. He pit on lap 44. And we pit on lap 41, so he technically pit after us. He probably had a mishap on pit road, because he's a full lap down. He has no damage, so... Well, dive on him. You know, do a Kevin King. Look inside early and see if he gives it to you. See? It's that easy. 90% of the time, if you just stick your nose down there, they think you're coming at 100 mile an hour, and they just let you go. That's what Kevin King did to you. It's mind games, you know? Racing is mind games. You're getting to the point where you're going to have to start playing the 3K mind games. You know, might as well start now.
Thank you, Rick, for the space.
He knows he's not a lead lap car. He's just, that's a smart racer right there. 2-lap newer tires. He's still back by 5 seconds or so. You know, 4 or 5 seconds. I wouldn't be too worried about it. Logan McGuire, Mark Holwick. There's a couple 3 cars back there that could easily put you back in P8, where you were when you pit. But we'll just see where the cards fall. We'll see if they're able to get to you and if they're able to pass you. There's 20 laps to go, so there's a lot of racing to do here. A lot of managing. Take care of your stuff. Keep fast, but don't scrub them. You got a really good race going here, dude. You got a really good race going here. So yeah, it's left the Xbox on, came back 24 hours later and crossed the line. That's hilarious, dude. Talk about gaming the system. You sound like you'd fit right in iRacing. All those hijinks. Just add wrecking innocent people to your repertoire, you'd fit right in. You know, I'm looking at the situation with Brian, and there's also much fresher tires back there within the next 5-6 seconds back. Mark, Kevin, Holwick, and Kevin Smith. You know, they got some pretty new tires compared to you. 18 laps to go. There's a chance they can catch up to us, you know. But even if they do, all that's going to do is put you right back to P8 where you were when you pit. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
This gave you a fighting chance. It's just one strategy. You would be a big winner then. That makes me look real smart if that happens. And Logan just fell back a lot. Yep, they're neck and neck right now. 22.1, 22.3. They're fighting. Well, Logan's got he's 5-lap newer tires, so it is what you want, because now he's used up, and it you know, kind of helps your cause. But I wouldn't be too celebratory just yet. I'd like to see a top 5 here. Hang on here now. Outside fading. Clear. He's got freshies right there. Look how tight that made you being behind him. That hurt you a lot. That's why you got to quit arcing. You got to point more. Then even if you do get tight, at least you're already pointed. You know what I mean? God, he's scraping the wall. Do you see that? Hey, Voodoo, do you know that I think it's this weekend. Isn't this weekend the Daytona 24? At least on iRacing. So there are thousands of people who have got teams put together. I mean, thousands of people are going to sign up for this event this week in Voodoo. You're not going to miss it. You'll see it all over Twitch. You might already be on a team. And as far as a charity stream goes, I know Decon, last year, he ran the Daytona 24 hours by himself. And he did it for charity, if I remember right. Will do. I can already tell you that lap was 0.2 faster than 3 laps ago. You're starting to break. Yep, exactly, dude. Yeah, probably between lap 10 and lap 15 of a stint, you probably want to start, you know, getting the car down with a brake. That's good. I'm glad you had that experience. I didn't know that you weren't braking. I always use a little bit of a brake to get it down.
I just didn't feel the need yet.
Yeah.
The guys behind me, I'm seeing the time, and then it was the feel thing. Like it would get down, I added the brake.
That's exactly what you do. You learn to feel it. sometimes before I feel it, I try it to see if it's ready yet. You know what I'm saying? Because that 1-2% braking doesn't even really slow you down. It just makes you get to the bottom better.
And it's really it's about 7 or 8, but not a lot. And I'm doing it while I'm not getting fully out of the gap.
How does somebody from the UK feel about the Daytona road course there? In terms of being a road course, because you don't race there, I don't think. You know, any of the stuff that you follow. Hang on a minute. What was that?
I said I don't get fully out of the gap because it keeps the engine wound a little bit more. So as I come off the gas, I'm already a little more power to the
Thank you.
Yep. The other thing that trailing with a little throttle as you make your entry is it keeps the rear end neutral so the back end doesn't step. And it also keeps the differential locked. So that helps with the wheel stagger in the back. That also helps you around a corner. So I always trail a little throttle and then use a little bit of a brake to defeat that. And put some, weight shift back to the front. People, including me, usually build the setup so that the car's neutral on entry when you have a full lift. But technically, you're never supposed to do that because you don't want to rely on engine braking, especially on road. You want to do it with the pedal.
Right.
You want to slow the car with brakes, not engine. It's way more consistent. That's 100% true. Front drive and rear drive are completely different how you approach, the brakes and the throttle to get around a corner.
Job there, Richard, so whenever you're ready.
And it's taking me
Wow, this is coming down to the wire, chat. All right, for the leaders up there, for you it's 6 to go. They're going to lower that number to 5 to go. Pretty quick here. So for you, it's 6 more. They do not have enough, unless you make a mistake, they do not have enough to catch you in those 5 laps, by the way. They're about 1/10 better. They'd need 28 laps at this rate. So even that, it's not enough. They'd need 14, so we're good.
Yeah.
Don't overdo it trying to get away from it. You got nobody to catch in front of you, and let's bring her home, man.
Exactly. Driving it exactly the same.
Nice, consistent laps. Your incident count is 0. You got a P5 finish. We picked up 3 spots on the pit stop. And this is a freaking hell of a race, David.
Thank you.
I love it that you're experimenting, you're trying different things and getting a feel for when you want to use that brake drag to get her down. That's awesome. That's really, truly awesome. What a race.
I killed my right front.
You don't even have these opportunities in fixed racing, man. Fixed racing, that's why I always say, I think maybe if you do or don't agree with me, that is why I say, personally, my view of it, is that fixed racing isn't racing.
Yeah.
If you start with enough fuel to finish, you're not racing. I don't know what you call that crap that people do with that fixed. It's just not racing. Yet people love it because they love all that, tightness and bumping and excitement. Oh my God, there's a guy there. They like that tension, that excitement, To me, that's not racing. You can go play Mario for that. There's plenty of excitement in Mario. Hell of a left turn. Yeah. I'm going to start doing road racing here, Voodoo. I bought a Soto Corsa and Competizione. I bought that actually when it was on sale, with the Black Friday sales and such. And so, yeah, so I've got it. I'm geared up. I'm kind of excited about it. I'm going to do road both places, though, iRacing and on Assetto Corsa, but mostly Assetto Corsa because the physics model is so much better on that game. Next time you see the stripe, it'll be a checkered flag.
Good win, Kenny. Good race car.
You look up ahead of us here, Kenny Humpy, Dan Shamoon, Micah Allard, and Jason Holdsworth. They were just simply fast. You know, they're just fast drivers. They probably got a good setup. And we are the first car with a less than 3 I rating again, David. That, you know what that tells me? You're ready for 3 to 4K, you know?
What's up, Curtis?
Well, yeah.
What's up, man?
That guy's been not a good racer. His performance has been terrible all race anyways.
Riding in circles?
Oh, man.
Congrats on the win, Kenny.
What's too much for you, Voodoo? You obviously know it's a proper top-shelf sim. I've been seeing broadcasts of races, GT3 races, on Assetto Corsa, and you absolutely forget that you're watching a game, or a sim, if you will. It looks so real, and unlike iRacing, you don't have this shocking moment where 2 cars netcode each other and ruin their races on Assetto Corsa. Yep, my pit adjustments were spot on. I could have even gone looser, I think.
What we need to do is we need to go back in real quick and let's run a couple laps, adjusting that brake bias.
There's something else I want to adjust for you too. Let's go in. You're gonna like this. This is definitely going to put you over the top with this setup, and then you can test it, you know, tonight, tomorrow, whenever you want. But let me quit. Tell me when you're in session, and I'll come and join you. And there's something I'm gonna do to that setup that I know it needs. No, we just know that setup is. You know what? With what I just saw. On a hot track, you're perfect. You're slightly tight right now, but on a hot track, it's going to loosen you up. It's going to be spot on a 110-degree track. You watch.
I'm still waiting for the results to come through.
Copy. I've already got them, I think. Or is this from the other race? No, this is this one. You picked up 51 I rating, you're at 2745, and 24 safety rating, you're at 358. My God, David, one good race and you're at 2,800 again.
I know.
It absolutely sucks that dickhead spun you out like that. There was no reason for it. His race is no better for doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could have just passed you later if he's faster. There was plenty of racing left. There was absolutely no reason for what he did.
Look at the incident counts. 660444040. Which is why we're back over 3.5.
What's that? He's at Charlotte right now in the trucks.
To have fans turned on only because he wasn't showing that scoreboard.
No, yeah, he's got that stuff turned off. Probably because he's running too much marbles and all this other stuff in his background, slowing him down. I don't know, though. He's got almost 200 frames, which is pointless. The monitor probably can't even do that. He could have a 240 megahertz monitor, suppose. The human eye can scarcely detect anything over 24 frames. That's why the motion picture industry, all the movies are 24 frames per second.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the bias to 50 or 58 and save it.
All right, I'm coming in. I didn't realize you were in session.
Yeah, that's okay.
So,
Definitely on a warmer trend.
a shithouse bastard? What's a shithouse bastard? A sim drive? Oh, sim drivers are shithouse bastards? That's a good word for most of the ones I've seen, I'll tell you that. I like that. It must be an English thing. Yeah, right now we're loading into a practice session. I'm going to make some quick setup adjustments for David. Yeah. I didn't know that, but I found out about it because that's why his house keeps turning when he needs to hit his vape machine. He can't vape on TikTok, so he shuts it off. Yeah, I had similar words for him, Voodoo. I was pissed. They're just dick bags. And I went into a tirade about why I quit sim racing because I just got sick of it. And it's the people. It's not the actual racing or the game product. iRacing didn't drive me away, except for their lack of enforcement. Now, they have a sporting code, they just don't enforce it. Or they support. I see them when they enforce it. It's usually very selectively. There are certain people that I think are good old boys clubs. You know, with I mean, most of the people who work at iRacing now are former iRacers themselves, or even current. And there's just certain people that don't get what they deserve. So, David, I'm going to go into the garage here a minute. And let me look at your chassis. I'm going to click to edit setup. You have modified the bias and you put it about where I would have put it. That's good. What I'm actually going to do, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, is I'm going to move that ballast back probably 1.5 inches here. It's at 15.5 right now, and I'm going to put it at 14.0. It's up there in the top front. Ride heights are roughly 48 in front. The ride heights, I'm going to knock the front end down a little bit because that moved weight back.
As long as we don't have the what do you call it?
It passes tech. I got it to pass tech.
As long as the nose doesn't scrape. All right, let's go try it.
Okay, I'm done. You're going to want to go do a save as and call it mod 2.
Yeah, we'll do that on the next one. I did mod 1 with just the bias adjustment.
That's cool. That's fine. And we will bring iRacing back up so you guys can watch him run this little practice stint. Just for your education, David, when you get tight long run, or if you get loose long run, there are two principal ways to deal with a car that's otherwise well behaved, except towards an empty tank of gas it starts to misbehave.
Right.
It's either ballast or track bar height. And I didn't look at your track bar height. I just did it with ballast because I just know habitually people always have the ballast too far forward on the truck. So we'll let you run some laps here. Should I have a little something to eat before bed? Or do I feel like I can make it through the night? It isn't, is it? But I hate waking up after 4 hours hungry and then can't get back to sleep because I didn't eat something.
Yeah, I get that too.
I did eat a I ate a splendid meal for dinner tonight, David. I made penne pasta. And I put in the pasta, you know, those canned diced tomatoes. I'd heated those up with olive oil and red wine vinegar. Right, and when I put that all together, then I took a handful of mozzarella and provolone cheese for the top, probably about half a cup. So it's true. Sometimes you just got to take a human pit stop. This is what I like to do, David. I've done a lot of this in years past, where I've taken, you know, one of the commercial setups where somebody's already got it to a pretty good spot, right? And make it better, because there's always room for improvement. Gamer Kid, I gotta make me some of them enchiladas, man. It's time. I'm gonna order the stuff. I already have the green, you know, the salsa verde. I've already got that. I gotta buy the Monterey cheese, you know, the other stuff I need to get. $160 is a good payday. Good job, Voodoo. What is the origin of that? I know what it means because I watch Netflix, and my favorite television on Netflix is British television. Here in the United States, there's all kinds of British TV that we can get on Netflix. It's something that the BBC has worked out with, you know, with Netflix as far as licensing and regions where they play things. It's probably real complicated in terms of copyrights, but I absolutely love British television because American television is basically way too politicized. Every TV show has got these undertones, if you want to call it that, of, you know, social change, and they're always trying to engineer our minds. It just feels like real entertainment, the stuff coming out of England. And other places too. I watch a lot of subtitled stuff. Germany, Poland, Russia, you name it. I love that kind of television. But I wanted to ask you the origin of... I noticed that they refer to, you know, British pound sterling, just sometimes just briefly as pounds, and sometimes quid. Where does the word quid come from?
Quid stands
Quid is super common too. If you hear... He doesn't know. I got a viewer in my chat. He doesn't know. He's from England. He doesn't know. That's great. If you think of it, Stryker, let me know, because I'd love to know. I mean, I guess I could Google it, but it just makes good conversation, so I'm not going to, you know, cheat and watch Google for it. How does it feel? Do you feel any difference in this vehicle? Dude, you broke into the 30.1s, by the way. If you don't feel like it's too skatey, like the back end wants to go on you, I'd be willing to go back even further on that ballast. Or maybe even give you a click of track bar. It's really hard to fix an entry on the truck, by the way, just because it is coil bound, meaning the front springs are no longer springs, they're steel cylinders because they're fully compressed. But we can move some weight to the back with the ballast, and we can also raise the track bar in the back, which will loosen you up a little. Well, as much speed, you know you're done getting speed out of it when the back end starts to step on you uncontrollably and you're starting to lose 3/10 a lap catching it, you know? Dead Man's Shoes. Let me Google that. Let me see if it rings a bell. The name doesn't ring a bell. I do not think I've seen Dead Man's Shoes. It is in the Internet Movie Database. It's from 2004. A disaffected soldier returns to his hometown to get even with the thugs who brutalized his mentally challenged brother years ago. Ooh, I would like that. Wikipedia says it's a 2004 British psychological thriller film directed by Shane Meadows and starring Paddy Considine, both of whom co-wrote the film, blah, 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 blah. I'd have to click into it to read more. You know what my favorite British TV series is? Hands down. And I wonder if you've seen it, Voodoo. It's called Life on Mars. It's about a Manchester police detective who gets into a car accident. It's probably 2004-ish. And he wakes up in 1973. Oh man, he's getting ads. He should be watching my freaking YouTube stream instead. It doesn't do ads over there. You know, watch the YouTube stream, but stay in the Twitch chat. But I get money for the ads. Never mind, stay put. Anyways, he's back. My favorite TV series, pretty much amongst my all-time favorites, but definitely my favorite British TV series, is Life on Mars. Are you familiar with that, Voodoo? John Sims is a fabulous actor. Philip Glenister, he's in that too. And he's been in a couple of other shows that I've seen that come out of England, so they're obviously pretty popular actors there. Yeah. It's making me miss it. You know, since I've become a streamer, I've been streaming 4 to 6 hours a night. I don't settle down and watch movies on Netflix anymore. To the point where I could almost cancel it. Honestly, when I used to game, nowadays, if I'm gaming, I'm streaming. Point blank. I don't care if I sit down for a half an hour. If I'm in a game, I'm going to stream. I'm just going to turn it on and let people come watch. And they can go back and watch whatever I did if they're curious. I don't care. It's in the VODs. But I used to have one monitor watching movies and TV shows while I was gaming in the monitor in front of me. But I really kind of can't do that when I'm streaming. I might start. What the heck? Maybe in my Discord, I should have everybody from my Twitch come join me on Discord for movie night. And I'll stream movies in my Discord because, you know, you don't get busted for copyright violations on Discord. Discord just doesn't give a shit. You'd never get caught. It's a private audience, you know? Yeah, that's true too. You know, stay out. Movie piracy in progress. Please do not enter. Yeah. There was another series that came out of the BBC that I loved about all the British castles and all the... Hey, cool, man. How you doing, Decon?
Yeah, we were so busy this past week right now. Atlanta some CO Fest. So yeah, you're right. Seems to be a whole series going on.
I'm gonna go get another bottle of water. This one's almost empty. I will be... Is this chat ban over? Can he actually talk in? I thought his chat ban was permanent. He'll get chat banned again though. He's on a short leash. He's on a short leash. And trust me, he won't. Yeah, that's a fact. Ironically, David, if you start driving more aggressive, you'll probably have less issues now that you're up in these splits. You know, I'm not trying to condescend or insult you in any way. I'm just telling you that's your next step here is just to be more assertive because you have to understand they expect you to be more assertive up here, and when you're not, they don't know how to handle you, right? They're expecting it, so it's just a different way. You have to gradually phase out that safety rating, don't get wrecked out. You have to phase that kind of mindset out and realize that the people around you in these splits can handle more severe driving, and they expect it. And when you don't deliver severe driving, then they're confused and angered by the things that are happening, and that's just exactly what Eric and Derek had told you, you know?
No, you're absolutely right. Help the guy out there, probably.
One of the things that I think might have perturbed him is he went to the bottom line, and you kind of went down a little bit to kind of take that away from him a little bit. But if you'd just stayed at the wall and waited and then threw it down in there, then probably would have been no issue. Blake, he's reviewed some wrecks on his stream. You know, Mr. F4 Speed, Blake McCandless. Yep. And I remember a similar incident that he was talking about where he turned a guy. He actually turned a guy. And under similar circumstances, just because, you know, he thought he had the green light to go down there, right? And he basically keyed up in the channel and told the guy at Teams or whatever, you have to commit. Don't put half of your car in front of me. Put your whole car in front of me. Then if I do hit you, it's square. It won't wreck.
That's exactly what Eric said. If you put your whole car down there and you would hit you square, and you wouldn't have had an issue.
Right. And, you know, here's the thing, David. I'm a little bit 32 flat. That's freaking awesome. It was similar. What we're looking for here is just to see where the tires are at after a long run, and does the balance get too loose or too tight at the end, you know?
No, I mean, it's definitely noticeable, but it's not bad. I mean, my brake bias right now is at, so I got it at 1.
Mm-hmm. As a setup builder, here's what I look for. When you start to get late run, if you got the setup loose, because a lot of people like loose, you know, the loose is fast.
Yeah.
But at the end of a run, loose has burned off rear tires, and now you're not fast anymore because you just got to drive 25 mile an hour through the turns.
Right.
So that's what I'm looking for as a setup builder. Did we keep the car loose enough that you can keep it rotating, or is it too loose that it's eating off the rears? It's really up to you how you feel about it. If you're having fun and you're just like grinding laps.
I think we can bring it in and see, compare.
Let's go look at that. Another 160. Another 160 quid. Yeah, too skittish is no good. You know, you gotta be brave to race. He's made it in the top split. He's got a 2.7. He's almost 3K. By the time he gets to 3K, you can't be timid no more. It just doesn't fly.
What do you think we got?
I see 60, 76 with a super hot right front. I don't see hot pressures. You're going to have to read those to me. So 2 pounds higher in the right front. I don't know how much of that is how you're driving though. But I'm going to make another change here. Let me do something again here. I think I might have screwed up. Chassis, click to edit setup. Okay, so I'm going to give the track bars. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me reload it. Did you change anything? Okay, just making sure. I reloaded mod 2, my saved copy of it, and something's kind of looked different here. But yeah, I'm looking at the original right now, so definitely don't save this. 10.5.11.2.5, that's correct. My setups, mod 2. Okay, I'm done. You can do a save as. What I did is I raised the track bar 2 clicks on both sides.
Okay.
And that should definitely yield a little bit looseness, but it shouldn't be too much, not as tight as what the tire, pyrometer readings were this time. If you want, you can take it out for, maybe a quick 10-lap stint real quick before your 315.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Which,
don't forget to remind me so I can get into that.
if I were you right now, I'd alt-tab out, withdraw from this one. Don't exit the sim,
Yeah.
Go sign up for it right now. Even if you withdraw from the practice, it's not going to, make you leave.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's a good call, so I don't forget.
This is exciting. I love working on setups, man.
Alright, we're in.
Especially just easy stuff like this. If I were to do a full setup build here, it's, 8-hour thing. I probably should have. This track would have been really popular this week. I could have built a setup for the trucks to beat the band at this track. I just don't have time to do a setup build right now because I'm working on my overlay. The telemetry part of this is really freaking awesome. I'm flat out seeing David's telemetry now. I can see what he's doing with his throttle, I can see temperatures. You know what else I did is I added tape. No, I did not. I should, though. I think you can go 1 or 2 more. That'll add a little looseness and make you faster. Just keep going on this stint, or do you want to start over? You might as well start over. It could be, but also 2 clicks on the track bar is quite a bit. I want to go higher on the track bar if the track's 90 degrees again, though. Yeah, so that's more or less the way it was when we made our first adjustments, you know. Now remember, the first couple laps, cold tires, don't drive the very bottom, drive a little higher through the corners is what I do with the trucks, because it's tighter up top. Sure is a good looking paint though. God, I love it.
I think that's me pushing it like a wall.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. 4 minutes.
That was me trying to run. I'm like, I'm seeing the lap to the house. I'm like, let's see if we can set up TV.
This setup might be fast and loose on the outside where you can make some outside passes. Tell you what, this setup is going to be spot on a 90-degree track, 94 degrees. With that track bar adjustment. It might be too much for this hot of a track. Or where you're getting loose, I prefer you lose a little time there. You know, take it easy. You might be vulnerable with a car behind you making you aero loose, though. But with a car in front of you, I bet it's going to grip up real nice.
Yeah, we almost made 30 seconds.
Jeez, dude. That's qual fast. They don't let you go short fuel, though. I fear this might get loose really long run. But maybe not, though. I mean, when you tested it before, man, you'd eaten up that right front pretty good. What's that? Well, that was before the track bar adjustment I just did. Oh, you hit the wall hard enough it said you got wheel damage to me. The built-in spotter. But it didn't look like you... From the spotter stand, it blew smoke off the wall and everything from you scrubbing it. It always shows the spotter different stuff, man. It's like its own net code. I'm liking it. I'm watching this thing run. It looks good, dude. Here's my theory. In the best of situations, this is making you a tenth faster, right? Now, if you feel like it might be a little too loose in certain circumstances, back off a tenth a lap, you know? But at least it's there. You got it in your back pocket. That's why a lot of race car drivers love a loose setup on iRacing, the more experienced guys. Okay, 3:15. I'm satisfied. I'm glad I know how to do all this stuff. It's so much fun. Rob was healthy enough to keep racing, though. Wow, look at that. And look at how we've got the temperatures within 10 degrees of each other now, just about. That's a lot more wear off the right rear. Loose. Well, that gets that back end around through the middle of the corner. So basically, to fix this, to put more wear on that right front, you probably want to back up the corner a little bit, actually.
I got you. We use the restroom real quick.
Okay, dokie. So we're going to do a C-Fixed to conclude tonight's broadcast. It's unfortunate he can't race that setup in this next race, but I'll give him some advice when he gets back. Where I put that track bar, if his track temperature is 90 to 95 degrees, that setup, based on what I'm seeing, is going to be spot on perfect. Spot on. For as hot as the track is right now, he probably needs to drop the track bar one click on each side. And if he ends up on a super hot track, you should put it back where it was. Go down the full 2 clicks. And this starts to get advanced, but now that he's tinkering, he's driving, and he's seeing setup work done on a car, you know, the knowledge starts to sink in. It starts to stick a little bit. You know, I think he'll do really well with open racing, which is real racing. Like I said, if you start with enough fuel to finish, you're not racing. I don't know what that is, but it ain't racing. You watch these people do this fixed racing, and you know what it feels like to me, even watching streamers do it? I feel like I'm supervising kindergarten at recess. It's all these little kids wrecking each other. That's what it looks like to me. You watch the open racing where people are doing pit strategy, they're making adjustments because they can short fuel and yada yada yada. You know how to do all that stuff? Now you're really racing, because that's the whole other side of it. It's not just, here's my wheel, here's my pedals, I'm going to go like hell and wreck anybody that cuts me off. That ain't racing. I don't know what that stupidity is, but that's not racing. And on iRacing, open is where it's at. And it's exciting to see someone like David Stryker, who was a sub 2K iRacer not just a month ago, you know, starting to really, you know, he's ready for the next level of racing. And it's really, really fun to see it happening. Other people, as beginners, just delved right into the open racing, and they're way out of the curve now. I mean, it's just, you're bypassing kindergarten. It's like you get to skip grades when you go to open. Are you in session yet? Hey, David, are you in session? Good, then I'll start loading in as your spotter. It's kind of a process. When does the Daytona thing start? Is that Saturday and Sunday, or I think it's 2 days? Well, the strength of field should be about 200 points higher, except for Dylan J. Alt is in there with his alt account. With his buddy Bridger Olson. That is so pansy ass, man. I can't get behind that. Racing on alt accounts. I can't do it. That just kills my opinion of you as a racer. If you're so afraid of your iRating that you won't race your main account so you can cheat the community. Anybody who scores good in this race is going to be missing 10 to 20 iRating points in the top 10. Just because... Yeah, with his 4K alt account, it used to be 3.4. He should be in there with his 8K so people can get full credit from the strength of field. Instead, he's going to gyp everybody. He's going to cheat the community and race an alt account. That's just plain shameful. If you ask me, that's just shameful.
Alright, so he's running second line on the first lap. Exit high. And high in 3 and 4.
And we are here.
He's getting even lower than me. I think he's saving time by getting even lower than me, and he's also not lifting as much.
Cheating in NASCAR is rampant to this day, Voodoo.
That's why he ran 30.255.
It's absolutely rampant. But alt accounts, if you're a streamer, there's a fair argument for that. Because it's a weak argument, but it's a fair one. Because they kind of have to race everything, right? And a streamer would imperil, for example, to gain 100 iRating might take you 8 good races, but you're streaming, so you run something weird like Silver Crowns and you get wrecked, or somebody does something stupid to you, and now you just lost 150 iRating. Then it's going to take you a week to get it back. But I argue if it takes you a week to get your iRating back, you don't deserve that iRating. You're a 3K, not a 5K. Or you're a 3K, not an 8K. Right? I mean, if you really deserve your iRating, you should be able to sit down, get in a car, sign up for a race, go race it, and have a good result. Like, Casey Kirwan or Derek Justice. These are people who don't race on their alt accounts. They race anywhere and everywhere. And in Casey's case, he's this close to being a 10K. In fact, Casey would be a 10K if it weren't for people like Wyatt Winsley and Dylan J. Alt. If people were honest with the community, the one person that deserves to be a 10K would have been a 10K. But those races that he did good in, you know, he's missing 5 or 10 iRating at the end of it because the SOF was so low because of people cheating the community. So, yes, it is protecting an investment, but it's still cheating. You know, I could protect my investment by go through my neighborhood, rob all the houses, take the TVs out of them and sell them. You know, I could go burglarize my whole neighborhood to protect my investment and make my investments bigger. Is it fair? No. It's cheating. You can't convince me otherwise. But it's not that big a deal either. I mean, it tells something about who you are and what you are as a person when you do those things, and that's the part that makes me feel differently about you for having an alt account. But you can look past that, and you can even understand it. I'll give you another example. I know somebody who has an alt account, and he races short track with one account, and NASCAR big track and the big track cars with the other account. He never races, you know, he never crosses them over. Like, he doesn't use his alt account that's doing the short track racing and then race it in a B open or a B fixed or a C fixed or any other such thing. You know, he races, and I actually think that that's how iRacing should be. They should give you a unique iRating for every car track combo. Every car track combo should have its own unique iRating.
It's the 4 car. It's the 10 car.
So yeah, streaming is sometimes educational, sometimes it's very serious. We're with you, David. Okay. Yep, and get out of the way if you know somebody's faster. But if they're that much faster, let them go around you on the high side, you know. We'll see how the cards lie. Hopefully you don't get punted this time. I don't know what this group of clowns is like. Eric, Caden. Caden will get real rough with you. Be careful of that. Kenneth Garber spotting for him. Caden Anderson. Yeah, he'll be super rough. Bridger Olson will turn you if you piss him off easily. Bridger Olson, he's best friends with Dylan Alt. Dylan talked him into racing. I'm surprised at that. He normally wouldn't race at this hour.
Green, green, green.
They're green, and they're doing their little trying to get going thing. Got one on your inside. If you back off, you can get in underneath him. Right now, go.
Good start there, guys. Way to check out for everybody.
You're okay. The guy behind you is back by 1 or 2. He's not upset about it in the least. Okay, you got about a half a lane to work with up there. It's good space, actually. Car on the outside will start to fade. Put sugar in their tanks. That's cheating. And you're all clear. We're single file behind you. Up ahead there, we still got a 2 wide fighting for third. Or fourth, rather. No, that's third. It looks like we're good to just kind of cruise at this point. Too wide for the lead out there. Dylan's getting freight trained. Oh, that's Eric Rice out there. He'll go into tire saving mode and he'll be back in it. I'm going to take a look at that Dylan J. Alt account, see if he's going somewhere to tank his iRating. He's just going to end up with 2 accounts with 8K on it like Parker White. And that's double cheating. I mean, that just so cheats the community. There's 16,000 iRating out there with Parker White that nobody can ever touch. That is just so dastardly. Saving. Yeah, you're doing a good job of not bouncing off the bottom, by the way. Yeah, Smurf. It's alt accounts are basically they're smurfing. His real account is Dylan Alt, but the account he's racing with now is Dylan J. Alt. That's how they cheat the community, because he's got something in excess of 8,000 I rating on his regular account. Outside now. You'll have to stay low for the exit. Still out there. You got him by the door. God, he's going to eat his shit up so bad. Oh, you are clear. He's clear of Caden. I wonder if it's Caden's buddy and he let him in, you know, on a Discord. Because Caden was backing you up to let that guy in and around. That wouldn't surprise me. Or Caden just wants him to go up there and burn his shit up. Pass him later. Because Caden's good at tire saving to some extent. Now there's a freaking lap car holding up the whole pack out there. Okay, you got nobody coming from behind. So it's going to be all windshield for you. That lap car staying up there by the wall. Mario Pinello, he's coming hard on your outside. Stay low. He's driving like a total dick. He just hit that lap car and wrecked him. Where's Mario Pinello from? Region check. From Carolina. Just absolutely driving like a dick.
Then are you blind or what?
Yeah, we'll fill you up. Tear off in tires. You'd have to pit, man. 10 laps, you're off by a second, you know, on the pace.
Yeah.
Not really, only 0.6. Because everybody was sort of saving. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I've got everything turned on for you. I'm going to click stop spotting so you can hear the built-in spotter give you the pit boxes.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Yeah, once you're on pit road, you can pass. If somebody's really slow, if he did that, he'll get black flagged. Yeah, everybody's going to be pretty equal. That wasn't a long run. The tire wear isn't really the problem in this situation, it's the heat.
Line up single file. Car 9. Got the lucky dog. Let it by on the outside.
Which is pretty freaking hot. Not over, yeah, not terribly hot, but you want cold tires to start.
I did notice I did. I ran a 38-second pit stop. Could have been a little better, but it's not horrible. And 17.
It's the 11 car.
All the way up to my
I wonder if he took two tires.
Somebody let me know when y'all coming out temple.
my right, my left. If I were to look at what it was, 98, 99.
Yeah, but there's still 225 on the left rear. That's not too hot, but that's almost as hot as the right front was. This setup is tight.
32 seconds, he did two.
Uh-huh. And then he's going to come wreck the field like an asshole. Those two... Yeah, we got to keep him there, but he could do like that 15 did. I'm going to go do a donkey report real quick now that we got you done with your pit stop. Because that was total donkey action there, man. Freaking dumbass in the 15 car coming up on everybody like that. What an absolute jackass. Now's my time. I'm gonna go get him now.
Hey, Jason,
All right,
how
man,
bad
we're
does
going
my
green
front
next
bumper
time,
look in your
Mike.
mirror?
All right, man. Line up on the outside row now.
A little closer. No, it's bad at all.
I couldn't hear you. My spotter was talking. You said what now?
It don't look bad at all.
Okay, thank you.
And he just... That 15 is such an asshole. That's what these people are like, though.
How bad is my front end or my rear?
The lap car got dumped by that... You know that guy that was coming on the outside about wrecking everybody?
Yeah.
He went right up to the lap car and dumped his ass into the crowd.
Dylan's got a dented back bumper. Actually, it might be a little damaged.
How many were damaged? I'm not sure.
Not bad at all.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4 cars still a lap down, so at least 4 cars are in attrition at this point.
When did you get hit, Dylan?
Get ready.
Bridger, I started yelling at him.
Taking over for the computer. What, pace car is off the track. They can go anytime now. Hit it. Green flag. Got a good run in the 11. You're past him. How many sets of tires do we get? Only one more set. Gosh damn. That's more than you should need, actually, but the way these people wreck. Yep. Stay high. Yeah, your problem there is you entered that turn too high. You gave him the bottom from... But it won't matter. They're going to wreck some more. Still there. You got him by the door. Now clear. Stay high, stay high. He backed out. I don't really know that you didn't really quite chop him. It's just another one of those deals where you just don't get down fast enough. Of course, you really got to beat the hell out of a car to get down any faster than that, too, so it's... Yeah, but that's kind of pointless. Let him run up there. He's eating his stuff. That's terrible. Hey, Cameron, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Get you a good night's sleep. We'll catch up with you tomorrow night, dude. Have a good day at work tomorrow. I'm assuming you're working. Not if you point early.
I don't want to netcode you.
You just gave it to him. He's still not taking it. That's what I said, man. If you point, he won't go if you point.
Am I lagging or? Yeah, I think you blinked.
Yeah. Well, that's why you point early. You point down in the corner where you're still kind of on the straightaway. And then you're definitely there first. I don't know if you know what I mean when I say point. I might have to get on track and show you. Yeah, that's pointing. And you learn to massage the throttle and the brake so that you don't lose your line doing it. And if you start the wheel down before you lift, far enough back on the straight, it won't even eat tire. You'll actually be better off because you'll be braking in a straight line. Let him look high, you know, no problem. He's there tight there, door-to-door pace. Come out middle. Yep, still outside. Now it'll be the 15 or the 5 car on the outside to go wreck him this time. Stay middle. Yep, you got through the 3 wide, no problem. Way too much. But that's okay. I thought you did that on purpose because that's just clean racing. I didn't even think nothing of it. No, it is okay. It's perfectly clean. I liked it. He's going to go eat his stuff up. Let him go. So you got caught in the middle for too much of this corner. That eats the tires. You need to get down, and you do that by pointing. And when you have nobody behind you to make you loose and people in front of you that makes you tight, you have to point a little earlier. But this is a good clean conga line right here. You got a big gap behind you, so it's all windshield. Just see what you got. That right there I liked. That was a good entry. That's got to feel good too. You know, the wheel in your hand. Yeah, you didn't point. You're not doing a very good job of that on this end of the track, I notice. It's easy to do when there's a car really close in front. Because you just can't see very well, you know?
Keep grabbing the apron at the wrong time.
Yeah, because you will be doing way more pack driving in these splits. I see netcode wobbles up there. That's not the way they're driving, that's netcode. Well, not really iRacing netcode, that's more net connection-y. It's kind of characteristic, man. When you spot as much as I do, you get to a point where you can really tell what you're looking at. Oh my god, they're about to wreck each other up there. Who is that doing that dirty shit to each other? Michael Causey and Bridger Olsen. Oh, Bridger, yeah. Bridger's Mr. Attitude. He thinks he's friends with Dylan Alt, so he makes him think he is Dylan Alt. I'm watching these two close to see if Kazi says to hell with him and dumps his ass. He went to Olsen's outside. They're coming up on lap cars again. There's a couple of 2 wides for second and third. And then for fourth and fifth.
15, I've never seen someone hit the wall so many times running by themselves.
We still got a really good gap. That 0.7, 0.8's been holding up back there. Ooh, 2 cars up. They're starting to get into it again. You know Hunter? He's trying to figure out how to get past Caden. Caden's not really driving slow. He's keeping right up with traffic, so it's not as though he's doing anything out. You know, he's not going out of his way to save tire.
18. You could do everybody a favor if you just stayed against the wall when you're that far off the pace.
"18 is the lap car that got dumped. He got absolutely rammed by Pinello in the 15. Yeah, and he got rear-ended so hard it turned him into the bottom lane, so he just kind of spun into cars down there, and he didn't, engine first into the wall, which is always catastrophic.
That's what she said?
I'm hot.
Well, yeah, you had trouble getting it down to the line on your entries. Just that little bit of extra time you've been spending in that middle lane was just enough to make a difference. You know, your tires are chewed.
I'm not gonna last long.
You should still make a pretty good gain from a top 10 finish, I would think. Yeah. Maybe at the next, straight. I'd be satisfied with a top 10 with this group of people.
For 17th place, that's great. Come on.
I mean, that's a decent gain.
This is too much for me to handle.
Oh no.
That just doesn't smell right.
I can't take it anymore.
That's what she said.
I've been watching Eric stream. A lot of these have been going flag to flag. I'll watch it next time here. I can tell you this, you're not getting very close to the apron ever. Right there, you touch the white line. So now you know what that looks like. In fact, you were dangerously close to touching the apron with the left front, but that time you went over the white line a little tiny bit. But that's good. You need to find it. You know, you need to see what it looks like from your settings, you know. And also the other thing is too is how close are you to the wall. Those are the two hardest things to figure out, you know, when you're learning.
Oh no.
I've always liked to drive near the wall. And let me tell you why. In my early experiences when people were wrecking you all the time, if you're next to the wall and they hit you, it's as if they hit the wall. Your car won't spin. You're just too close to the wall to get any rotation. So you end up pancaking the wall, but then your car stops dead and their car rebounds to the inside, and then you get away with it, other than the damage you took from getting hit on both sides. But it won't take your engine out. So yeah, if I were to race with this group of people, right now I have no idea where I would finish. Just, you know, because I'm so rusty. But this would be where I would expect to finish with this cast of characters. So you're doing real good, David. This is a good race. And you know what I think you're going to do real good in? Is the open set. Oh, we're past it. It's 3:40. Yeah. Yep. Speaking of which, I'm going to look at the telemetry you're feeding me. I want to see that that's still chugging right along. That little... That forms the kernel, the basis. It's the core of the code that's going to read the iRacing SDK and feed the data to your what will be a browser source written in HTML and JavaScript. And I'm really happy with it. Everybody that's tested it so far, it hasn't crashed on them. It continuously gives me accurate data. You're going to be across that finish line in 0.2 gallons. I mean, it's sweet to have all this information.
Dude, that was awesome. Great raid.
That was amazing.
We made it 3 wide to the lead for a whole lap.
Yeah, same here.
I was shitting myself when you were 3 wide for like 2 laps.
I'm waiting to see the final result. Dylan won. I'm almost positive. I've got to wait for everybody to get across the start-finish line to get the final.
I probably could have gotten the throttle way sooner.
It's finished. Dylan, Nicholas, they were close together. Eric in third. Nicholas Short's very fast. Oh, yeah, you drove much. I think you're going to be worse on the right front and not as bad on the right rear. I mean, you were backing up those corners. Yep, I knew you'd be worse in the right front and better in the right rear. It's just like I called it. I could tell by how you drove. I'm just so used to this. But that's cool. You're right in there with these people. Like Nicholas, the winner, you were almost identical to him. He was 77.85. So that's because guess who was in the dirty air, you know? No, I'm talking about between Dylan and Nicholas. Yeah, Dylan's out there in that clean air, so yeah, he's going to have a lot more tire left. It's good stuff, man. Let's double rate him. I got my raid in. Last one there's a rotten egg, David. Alt F4. That was a great race, Dylan. I wish you wouldn't use an alt account. That's very unnecessary. I hate it that you use an alt account. But yet I partially understand why, because of the pro license, and you know, there's a small amount of justification there, but my encouragement for you is to be like Casey. Don't race your alt account. But the way these yahoos wreck, gosh, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. There's a lot of reasons why it won't matter in your case, though, dude. You're destined to be a 9K driver no matter what account you use. It's as simple as that. So, good win, Dylan. Dylan Alt's in my chat, by the way, David. Dylan Alt's in my chat. That was amazing. The side-by-side. I actually should have saved the replay because that's almost worth rewatching. So, yeah. 10 more seconds here. We're going to go raid his house. And, so, yeah, my raid's already in. I don't want me to cancel it? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Raid. You guys are great. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out tonight. Let's go see his house.